You have any idea how long it was like that? I was talking the whole time. Oh, what a move, dude. What a move. There's a problem with having an intro screen. I am. Oh my god. Wow. 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 For those of you wondering exactly what was going on, the main issue is that sometimes the software will update when I restart my computer. And when that happens, sometimes the audio device gets lost. And so I have to reset the audio device. And, God, I'm intelligent. Anyway, what's up, everybody? Hello. I was wondering why nobody was responding to the things I was saying. This makes so much more sense now. Also, thank you, anonymous user, for gifting a sub to Bloomin' Onion. It's very kind of you. I still gotta eat one. I haven't done that yet. I'll find a place to go eat one downtown at some point, because there is one. What do I do if I feel like people can't hear you? If you feel like people can't hear you, the trick is check your cables, check your cords, check where things are plugged in, see if you have everything sorted the way it's supposed to be. It doesn't help if people aren't listening, because if people aren't listening to you, you're boned. But that's just a separate problem. God damn. That's so funny. All right. Anyways, hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Stream. I'm your host, Stream Tom. And we have some fun things to talk about because there's like a patch, which is pretty cool. So we're going to talk about the patch notes for what's going on in the game. For those who don't know, there's a patch tomorrow, and we'll get that sorted. And then on top of that, just talk about a couple other things. This is not a fist monk. This is a thrower monk, which is why you have both dex and wisdom, because thrower monks use both of them. So just keep that in mind. Also, anonymous user, thank you so much for gifting up a sub to You're Boned. You're boned. So thank you so much for giving it a sub. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Maxed your audio. Oh, and then all of a sudden you're just like, you get blasted once the sound comes back on. I won't be a completionist tomorrow. Not tomorrow. When I reincarnate this character, it'll be back to having all the past lives. But I got to get to level 34 now, so I got to work on that. So we'll get that going. But yeah. Do you guys want to look at the patch notes? Also, do you guys want to talk about Myth Draenor? How's everybody feeling about Myth Draenor? Overall, what are people's thoughts on Myth Draenor? Generally, I'm assuming a lot of you guys have played it. I personally have played it. I've played it twice now, and I'm going to be doing it again here, on stream. Probably not today, but soon. Because I enjoyed it the first couple times. For me personally, I think Myth Draenor is actually a pretty cool expansion in terms of the scale. I still think that the Adventure Zone is not my favorite. For me personally, I don't love the larger Adventure Zones because I find that they just like, there's just not a lot going on. And I felt like I just spent a lot of time like wasting my time walking around. But I do like that people can engage in those types of zones. And if you're just hitting the highlights, it's not actually that bad. Like, it doesn't take that long to do all the explorers and stuff. And apparently it is a monstrous Slayer zone in Epics for getting a huge amount of experience points. So it's very good for the Slayers. So if you like doing Slayers to level up, apparently it's really good for that. Yeah, so that's been there. I've heard complaints from some people. They've been talking about the drop rates of some of the equipment, and that it has been making them sad. I don't know. I haven't really done any of the endgame farming for some of the items, so I couldn't tell you about that. But I trust the people that spent, that ransacked every chest in the first 2 days, that when they didn't get most of the items they wanted, yeah, there's probably something off. I don't know if it's just going to do anything about it, but I just heard that was like a common theme. For me, I still haven't really, bought in with Myth Draenor. I think the large part of it is just because I'm still on the DDO, like a lot of people that I know, and probably several of you guys on the stream here. There's a lot of people that I know are kind of on the DDO downturn at the moment, where it's just there's either more exciting things going on, it's summer times you want to get outside, or just like maybe you just got a bit of DDO fatigue. And so I know a lot of people that are not playing as much. It's actually kind of funny, because I was thinking about this the other day. Some people, again, like myself included, hit the DDO downturn, and then they go do something else. But I was wondering, how come I haven't had any real, slowdown of the DDO content or my desire to play the game over the past, 3 years? And I actually think the answer is Hardcore League. I think that because Hardcore League comes every 6 months or so, you're guaranteed to have, another reason it's like, oh, we're starting again, new characters, new things going on. And without that, it feels like DDO is kind of same old, same old. So I hope the event that they're going to be doing later this year that's supposed to involve the whole player base is like pretty big and active and exciting, which I'm looking forward to. But yeah, again, we'll see how that goes. What's up, Float? My school's been going good, actually. It's been good. Dark Elf Field, yeah. I've never spent a lot of time near Teldrassil when I played WoW because I think the Night Elves look goofy. So I never went to their stuff, but yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the patch that's coming out. The patch notes. So this over here. So we have patch notes up here. For those that don't know, there is a patch tomorrow on the 28th, Wednesday. And it says, the next year for the Gift of the Dragon has arrived. This year of the Dragon celebrates 50th anniversary, blah, blah, blah. Starting on Wednesday, the 28th. So by the way, if you like these wings, this is your last day to claim them. Go get the wings, okay? If you want the wings, this is your last day to go get them. So make sure you get the wings. If you want them, this is your last day to get them. I cannot stress that enough. You go tomorrow, you don't get anything. So get the wings today. You want the wings, they're permanent additions to your account. You get them forever. Anyways, so we have here, all players can speak to Zathral and all the heroes for a Draconic Raiders reward box tomorrow. For one character on every server available, the Raiders reward box will allow you to select one of a number of historic raid items from the game in addition to a cosmetic or Isle of Dread bone crafting black pearls. Interesting. So it looks like you'll be able to get a cosmetic. If you don't like any of the stuff, you can get black pearls or some item from some of the raids. It's kind of neat. They've done these Raiders reward boxes in the past. I assume that because it says Draconic Raiders reward box, this is only going to feature items from raids that feature dragons, which means that if you're still out there and you still don't have a Sword of Shadow, you get one on every server. It's possible the Sword of Shadow is not in this box, but come on. The Sword of Shadow, it's going to be in this box. Also, what's up, Fairy? How you doing? The Sword of Shadow is going to be in this box. So if you don't have one, you can get one here. And I like the fact that it's actually one per server. It's actually uncharacteristic. Usually SSG does not do that. They only give you one total. And so you have to pick which item you want. And so you have to be like, oh, I'm going to pick one of the servers. And I like that they're just going to give it to you one character on every server. I think it's also because almost every item in the Raiders reward box is bound to character. So it's not like a lot of the other stuff. Think about it like, you can get the Dimensional Hireling folder or whatever it's called if you buy the Ultimate Edition of Myth Draenor. And that is limited to one per account because in theory it's bound to account. So you could like transfer it from one character to another or whatever and get them all in one place. I don't know. But yeah, so it's interesting. So Draconic Raiders reward box drops tomorrow. But until then, you have the wings to go collect. So keep that in mind. We have some patches, bug fixes for a bunch of stuff. So let's go over here. I didn't read these. I kind of scanned. I didn't really read. Magic Mythror. Gargoyle fight no longer unlock early in Key to the Mythal, causing players to be able to leave the space before the objective has been completed. Good. The quest Death Host This Banquet has its map updated. The Fog of War now working properly in the quest Death Host This Banquet, which is good. A door in Death Host This Banquet now has a swirly icon to help indicate that the door can be interacted with. That's a good idea. Dungeon Master's line has been enabled to make it clearer where to get one of the required quests in Death Host This Banquet. I'm going to be honest, I didn't find this quest that confusing, but I can see how some people had issues with that. We prevented an issue in Death Host This Banquet that could cause players who recall before collecting the icon to not complete the quest. I can see that happening. That wouldn't make sense. Music now properly plays through the halls of the Onaglim. Good. Actually having music, it'll be nice. Correct an issue that could cause the quest Ettercap's Incursion to not complete properly. That's the one with the Fang Dragon at the end. It's a pretty cool quest. It's like short, sweet. It should have beat him up. It's not a bad quest at all. Trapped chest in Secrets of the Red Wizards is now able to be pickable. Okay. I was wondering, because I remember in that quest, there's the secret chest behind the wall, and I just didn't... I was like, oh, I'm not going to go buy bells, but yeah, I guess you can't pick it either. Correct an issue that could cause times long pass to get stuck if you failed to talk to Sir Ildraneth. Reverse light gravity volumes logic has been improved to prevent the effect from sometimes getting permanently stuck on players after they leave the dungeon. No! So, fun fact. There's this problem here. I don't know if this affects light gravity, but yeah, you could have yourself get stuck on reverse gravity, so you go straight up. But there's also light gravity. And the light gravity getting bugged out is how you could climb Sharn, the outside of Sharn. So hopefully that'll still be doable, but we'll see. The map notes for Book Burning, Seeds of Decay, and Portal to Blow now always show, which is good. A lot of people could not find Seeds of Decay. For those that don't know, Seeds of Decay is in like the northeastern section. Do I have the quest map? I think I have the quest map here. Give me a sec. Let's go here. Yeah, so we have the Ruins of Mistranor area, and the map is somewhere up here. That's Portal to the Drow Kidnapper. Yeah, that's it. Seeds of Decay was around here. Also, Deathy, thank you so much for the raid, dude. What's up? Appreciate it. That's very kind. Well, how you doing? How's it going? How's it hanging? How are you and how are things? We're just going over some of the patch notes. It's apparently going to be coming out tomorrow. So if you bought the expansion and you couldn't find Seeds of Decay because the quest marker is not indicated on the map globally, and then even when you get there, it's actually in a tree, it's now going to be on the map. So at least you'll know where you're missing, which is nice. So that'll be good. There's like a bunch of stuff like that. Which, by the way, if you don't have access to this map, this is just on the wiki. This is the Ruins of Mistranor map. It has all the locations. So if you don't have anything, you'll be able to find it here, which can save you some time. But I'm just going to dump it in the chat anyway, just in case people need it. Also, I'm going to put the patch notes in case people want to see that as well, because then you can just have access to it so you can read it over at your own leisure. Fix an issue in Mistranor landscape that caused 2 rares to always spawn, thus making them not particularly rare. Yeah, I mean, I like it when there's a couple static rares, but we'll see. Life is lifing. Nice, dude. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I haven't been streaming as much, either DDO or really anything, because I'm kind of in the same way. Life is lifing. I'm doing school, so I got all my school books and stuff, and I've been doing a lot of reading and writing and what have you. So it's been busy. So hopefully things have been going good for you as well. It's been nice. Just kind of like do things, make progress, advance, as it were. Glabrazu boss is no better at holding aggro. This is funny because Glabrazus inherently have random aggro, so I don't know what's up with that. An issue causing enemies in Key to the Middle to incorrectly drop empty collectible bags. Fun. Typos and stuck spots. Bracelets of Flourishing Fauna now function. Solar Gems of Spell Critical Chance now work. Rune Arms and Mistranor have their correct level, which is good. The Ruins, Air Elemental, Mistranor now properly counts the monster manual. That's fine. Fixed an issue where monsters are normal and hard in Mistranor Legendary difficulty quests and extremely high fortification and fortification bypass values. So if you do Mistranor and Legendary Normal, you would just get auto crit by everything? That's kind of funny. I don't want that to happen to people. That's kind of funny. A certain Sphinx has had its hit points corrected. How come my music isn't playing? Hold on. There should be like music in game. There's no music here. It's kind of weird. So here we go. Bypass was stupid. Amazing. And stuff out in the wilderness. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I didn't experience that. So here we go. The map for Mistranor landscape has been adjusted to prevent an issue that was causing a deteriorated frame rate. So for those of you that don't know, the bigger your map is, right, the more the game is loading. I don't know why this is, but if the bigger your map, the lower frame rate you get. It's really bizarre. So, and this happens all over the place. So check this out. I'm in Ravenloft, right? And I've got my frame rate. It's like over here. It's like a constant 60 something. And if I make this bigger, my frame rate goes down because it's loading the extra parts of the map. Which I find really funny is it's like just this causing my frame rate to just like jump because it's trying to load all these extra things. And the bigger you make the map, the worse the frame rate gets. And that's not just while the map is open. If you actually if you max this out and then close it, the game still has the map loaded in the background and will actually reduce your frame rate. Whereas if your map is tiny, you won't have the same slowdowns. Which, if you did not know, this can save you multiple frames. Just if you play the game a lot, when you're not using the map, just shrink it, and you will actually save like 20% of your frames. It's wild. You know what else is wild? Fairy gifting up 5 subs. Dude, thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing very, very well. Thank you. You did not have to go out of your way to do that, but you did. Welcome to Stream Team Skilled Ninja, Favor Saver, Mr. Cynical, Mr. Cynical, I Can Read, Float On By, and Bobby Az. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing very, very well. That's super kind. Yeah, it's one of those weird things that, is a bug that should never exist, ever. It just shouldn't be there, but it is. But apparently this is a landscape adjusted, just the Mistranor map. But this is all maps in DDO. They all have this problem, so I don't know why this says Mistranor. Maybe it's going to fix all the maps. I don't know. And fixed a crashing issue. Giant ruined bats no longer sometimes have 10 times their expected hit points on Epic Hard. An issue that caused the Shifter's Magic Fang and Shadowblade to fail to cast has been corrected. Weird. I just fall right up my face and drop the floor every time I make the map big. Oh yeah, the picture frame's coming right off the walls. The image of the hireling druid class icon has been corrected to match the LFM class icon. Okay. Is that not on there? Interesting. Sinister Secret of Saltmarsh, Danger Dunwater. A certain thief can now be spoken to when he spawns at the Rest Shrine. Fred's... I don't know what this is about. Fred's feat swapping UI now properly displays epic and legendary levels. Cool. Monster AI has been made more responsible in hit situations when a taunting player dies or teleports. I wonder what problem this is. Like if you hit it with the shield throw and then you DDO, it probably breaks something. I wonder. That's weird. The Wild Mage Power and Chaos icon border is now correct. Inspiring Bond now works correctly on all hirelings and pet types. Inspiring Bond, by the way, is a bad feat. Don't take it. If you take it, I will think lesser of you. Quality Accuracy's tooltip now properly says quality and not legendary. Good. Quality Armor Piercing's tooltip now properly says quality and not legendary. Good. For those that don't know, both of those stats were changed to legendary. I believe Spell Penetration also had the same problem, but I don't see Spell Penetration on here. Tabaxis now have their proper icon. Oxel Ecum in the Gatekeeper's Grove now has his proper name overhead. Sure. And a map note for the Mithranor Gatekeeper's Grove have been fixed, so you can see it on the map. Cool. Nearly insulted to be considered a hireling by the hireling. Wait, really? Amazing. A tent has opened in the Mithranor public area that lets you exchange 2 Fallen Age weapons for a Fallen Age weapon of your choice, or 2 Golden Age weapons for a Golden Age weapon of your choice. Please note that shields are not weapons and do not drop in these weapon suites. Sure. A character's chance to ignore durability damage now displays in the plus tab of the character sheet, and the Who panel should now properly reflect character levels that are above 30. Let's go. Took them 2 years, but now we can see when people are above 30. All right. Sick. On top of that, yeah, we have this in the plus tab. I don't know how this would have been found out, where somebody was like, whether it was something that people were asking for. So it was like somebody was like, oh, I don't know. I want to see what my chance to avoid item wear is. I don't even know where that would go. For those wondering what that is, there's several effects. I don't think I have one on Monk. That wouldn't make sense to have one on Monk. But you can get effects like in, I believe it's in Inquisitive. Is item wear? Isn't there like a returning thing somewhere? Oh, it's falconry. It's falconry. Falconry. Right here. Where you have meticulous weaponry, so you have a chance to negate potential item wear. And I guess that's going to add up. Oh my god, wait a minute. Are they adding that because of the item wear thing from VIP? Oh shoot. Is that because of the VIP? Yeah. They're adding it for next patch because they know if they don't display it in game, then people are going to be like, how do I even know if it's working? Which is a great question. So, which makes me wonder, do you think we're going to get one for VIP Discovery Boost? Choose our weapons tiers in Vanguard. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You don't want the Golden Age or the whatever age weapons. If you're playing a Vanguard, just go get Colossus and call it a day. So here's the thing. I think that Discovery should be labeled in your character because I play a lot of video games that have Magic Find in it, right? So if you play any video game that has any amount of Magic Find, it should display on your character sheet. I think that makes the most sense. Because then you can know and you can track your stats. I would even hate it if that was a stat in DDO to affect drop rates, was like Magic Find or whatever to increase your chance to find something. But yeah, I don't know. Just making that bigger drop frames? No, it doesn't look like it. It's just a map, it looks like. Oh, wait. You can, you can delete it. Oh, can you do that with any other menus? I never even thought to do this. Can I delete it? I wonder what happens if I delete it. What do you think? Okay. Oh, shoot. It's gone. Oh, I deleted it. Okay, don't do that. I don't know how to fix that. Anyone know how to fix that? Whoops. Whoops. Yeah, I'll try relogging. Oh, crap. If relogging fixes it, it's fine. But that's hilarious. Also, what's up, Wolf Kobold? Just hopefully checked. Nice. Yeah, I do post it in the Discord. At least I try to, but yeah. All right, VIP. It's gone. Oh, crap. It's gone, dude. I deleted it. Uh-oh. Oh, it's gone, dude. It's gone. Can somebody make a clip? Oh, no. That's amazing. If anybody can make a clip, that'd be fantastic. What do you think the box will have tomorrow? It's definitely going to have the Sword of Shadow. Because I'm assuming it's going to have items from Dragon Raids. But that's really funny. I can't believe I never even thought to do that. It's not you. Listen, it's not you. You didn't tell me to do that. Troggy, it's fine. It was entirely me. I had to know. It's so funny. The menu is gone. I deleted the menu from the game. That's amazing. Oh, shit. That's so funny. Anyway. That's so funny. Oh, shit. Okay. So. Somebody was asking what they're going to probably do. So, what I assume they're going to do, if we go to quests, and then we go to, is there raids? There's a raid thing, probably. Retired, quests, raid, epic raids. Isn't there a raid page? The raids, there we go. So I assume it's only going to be the raids that have dragons. So, like, that doesn't have a dragon, that doesn't have a dragon. I guess Reaper's Fate kind of has a dragon, because it's technically there. Plane of Night has a dragon. VOD doesn't have a dragon. Hound, Ascension doesn't have a dragon. There's one that leads up to it, but it's not technically there. We don't have a lot of dragon raids. The further I get down this list, Fall of Truth, Fire and Thunder Peaks, obviously. Riding the Storm Out, Killing Time, Temple of Deathworm has a dragon in it. Vault of Night doesn't matter, it's only Plane of Night. Hunter Be Hunted, Skeletons kind of has a dragon. It's a big dinosaur. But I assume that you're going to have a selection of some of these items, right? So you'll maybe be able to get, maybe maybe Madstone Boots will be there. Maybe Cloudburst will be in there. Because Reaver's Fate technically doesn't have a dragon in it, but the truthful one is already in the raid. So keep that in mind. Plane of Night, again, this is just a lot of stuff. You're probably going to see like the Disciplinator, which is pretty popular. Sort of Shadow is pretty popular. Maybe a dragon, maybe Dragon's Eye, because again, it's pretty popular. Maybe they'll have Helm of the Red Dragon. I can't think of anything else that would be kind of good from this raid, but they'll probably have a bunch of stuff from there. Fall of Truth, all of this stuff is not good, but it is interesting. Maybe you'll get a Halcyon pair of boots, which is pretty cool. Pendant of the Storm Reaver, Ring of Deceit, Gauntlets of Mortality. Again, some cool stuff. I really like the tablecloth, Storm Reaver's tablecloth, how it's got Intelligence, Charisma, and Spell Focus. I've always liked that conceptually, but it is what it is. Fire and Thunder Peaks, there's only a few items to draw from the raid anyway, so we'll probably just have all three of these. Riding the Storm Out. Items that would be nice to have, would I believe it's Guided Sight is the one, it's the goggles, right? It's Discerning Gaze. One of these two turns into an augment, I can't remember which one. Strap of Scale used to be the only force absorption item in the entire video game, so that's pretty cool. And all of the boots are kind of neato. And to this day, you can still use Wear the Gloves. The blue scale guides are actually still possibly usable on some builds. They're not amazing, but they're still possibly usable on some builds. As well, there's another item in here that's also possibly usable. It's the Azure Guard? No. There's another item in this raid, I just can't remember which one. And the insignias are bad, but yeah. And then we got Killing Time. Every item in Killing Time has a use somewhere. So there's going to be a lot of cool items here. Chaos Bow, one of the best longbows in the game, still as an option. Staff of Shadow, the best quarterstaff in the game. Okay? So you want it, there it is, right there. Elide Charm still comes up from time to time. Clouded Dreams, one of the best rings in the game. This ring is still good right now. With the current expansions gear, this ring is still good. One of the best rings in the game. Definitely one to pick up if you need one. Temple of Deathworm, again, there's only 3 items that drop out of this raid, so they're probably all 3 are going to be on the list. And then Skeleton's Closet doesn't have a dragon, but it has a T-Rex, and T-Rex is kind of dragon-like, and a lot of the items here are fine. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, so that's what I assume will be in there. And they said also there's going to be like a cosmetic and some other stuff, so yeah, I don't know. Use backslash to bring it up. I don't. Yeah. So the problem is, even though it's keybound, I deleted the menu. Right. So for those of you that missed what happened with the loyalty menu, every menu has a minimum height. So I can't go below this. So if I scroll, you'll see my mouse keeps going upwards. Right. If I grab it, my mouse goes up, but it doesn't get smaller. Right. It tracks the mouse and then boop, it stops. The VIP menu does not have a minimum height, which means that I dragged it up and deleted it, and then so its height was 0, and now it's just gone, which is amazing. I did. Don't worry, I've already done that. Later month rewards specify the multi-selector box, but this one doesn't. Doesn't that imply anything? I assume it's just a box you need to pick one item of, like all the other boxes. So we reset your old UI? Yeah, wait till they patch it. So don't do that. By the way, don't do that. It's not a good idea. Oh, Wave. Eldritch Wave is way better than Bowl. It's a Titan. Just, if it looks like it's going to brick your menu, don't brick your menu. There's your pro tip. But yeah, so that's coming out tomorrow. If you like the wings that are on my character, these are free and in-game right now. Only for today, because it's been the last month. If you wait till tomorrow to log in and get these, you can't get them ever again. They're going to go away forever tomorrow. So if you haven't logged into DDO this month and you want these wings and you think they look cool, make sure you log in today and you get them, not tomorrow. Don't wait for tomorrow. Because at 9 a.m. Eastern, the servers are going down and you can't get them ever again. So if you want these wings for free, you just have to log in and click on the NPC in the Hall of Heroes. Today. And that's all I got. Where am I going? What quest do I have to do? I'm going to actually play some DDO now. Apparently I have all the 10s available. Nice. Runes of Mithranor normal. Plundering Pirates Point hard. Or Reaper. PPP on Reaper. Level 10. I'm level 12. Looks like I'm making my own group, dude. Need to reset the game to fix it? Yeah. Oh yeah, the map bending. Can you still do that? Hold on, how do you do that? There was a way to make it bend where your map like turns 90 degrees. What was the trick to that one? Oh, so I can get going the ES Oratix. Dragon Breath Knockdown? Okay, yeah, because that's... So the ES Aura is a breath weapon, so it not only does it work with that... I was curious, so thank you for testing that. I was curious if that would work on it. But also, anything else that scales breath weapon DCs works too. I did install DDO at work. Nice. Just on the DL, right? I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm going to tell anybody. It's all good. All right, let's make a group. Let's do some 10s. Missed. And do some quests. But yeah, I hope everybody's having a good day. Hope you're all doing good. What have I been doing? As I mentioned, I've been doing a lot of... I'm doing a lot of schoolwork, so a lot of studying, because I have a lot of books. In the course that I'm taking, they have a requirement. They actually want you to read the books. And previously when I've been in school, I have not read all of the books, because sometimes you just don't need to read all of the books. And also, I'm really good at memorizing stuff, so I haven't always decided that was the most prudent use of my time, which is silly, because it's a great use of time, is to actually do the coursework. Anyways, so after taking all of that time to do that, I am now actually reading all of the books, and oh my god, they're so dry, and some of them are so boring and so slow. It is what it is. The Enlightened Spirit Aura is a breath weapon. It will work with anything that works with breath weapons. So, by extension, that means if you use... I'm going to load this up here. For the people that don't know what this means, because they don't know what breath weapons mean, we're talking about this, by the way. This Eldritch Aura is bugged. It is a breath weapon, okay? So this works with two very specific things. First, out of Dragonborn, on tier 4, you have Augmented Breath, which is your breath attacks have a 20% chance to slow, 5% chance to daze, 10% chance to sleep, and 8% chance to knock down. That will apply to the aura. And also, from Draconic Incarnation, you have Daunting Roar. Breath weapons have a 25% chance to paralyze with fear. That will also work. Bog was a breath weapon? I mean, it wouldn't be surprising. The books cost almost as much as the cost of the course? No, they don't. They're expensive, but they're not as much as the cost of the course. A lot of them, though. Where is it? have them stacked up off frame. The bigger one that I've been reading a lot more, I spent a lot of my time reading, is this one. The old Human Body and Health and Disease. So it's really friggin' dense. But it's a softcover book, which I actually like. I like the softcover books a lot more because I find that even though like this is a thick one, it's nice because like you can like flip through the book, which is it's like easy to put on a table, which I really hate about a lot of the hardcover books. The big hardcover books that are like gigantic are annoying because the spine on the books always breaks on the hardcovers. And I hate that because when you open the book, you're doing this. And so the spine is getting ripped to shreds. Whereas in the softcover, you don't have that same problem. So I really like big softcover books. Keep that in mind. Any questions to 2830 without a huge X-Pack? Yeah, I usually do Evening Star. Is that an X-Pack? No, it's not.
As you took a bunch of biology stuff, I'm sure you can help me.
Yep.
Since your body can burn food for fuel,
does
that mean the mitochondria are starting fires everywhere to keep the body warm?
That is correct, yes.
Is this how spontaneous combustion happens?
Yes.
Some disgruntled mitochondria hates his job or fell asleep possibly and the fire spread?
Yep.
Does it say anywhere in those books?
It actually does say it in this book, so make sure you buy it yourself so you can find out. I will say this. One of the things I find really cool about this book... So, this is... I bought the textbook so I can show this off. Well, not so I can show it off. But one of the things I find cool about this textbook is that they have a whole section on like the human body, right? So it's like the human body here. But the neat thing is this is like a plastic or whatever. It's like a plastic screen. So what you can do is you take off layers and you can see them as slices. And so you can see all the pieces and it's labeled. It's hard to hold. That's the one downside is it's hard to hold up the book because it's floppy. And it's really neat. So when you're going through and you're identifying a section, you can actually see the human body flipped into slices, which is kind of cool. So it's kind of neat to be able to see the organs, the whole body, man. So it's kind of neat. Cool book. I'm learning stuff. I'm learning. Yeah, body can get a lot of disease. It's crazy. Spiral bounds for putting on a table? Yeah. So the course notes, so I have this as like my course notes that I've been reading. I am on page... I don't know. But yeah, they're all spiral bound, which is really nice. You're flaying them layer by layer. I am. I did Juliana Human Body, correct? Ooh, okay, back into the mist. Back into the mist, you say. Also, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing very good. Thank you so much. But yeah, so it's been good. I've been doing a lot of reading. I've actually been trying to do it because like I spent all the money and I'm doing all this task and I really want to succeed. And so that is kind of the goal. Now, if you guys are good, okay, I want to let you guys know. I actually have a fun activity we might be able to do. I have to study, which involves learning things. And I thought to myself, what if I could get my chat involved and teach everybody stuff? It turns out that part of my course involves a group activity that is Jackbox adjacent, where anyone can join in. Which means I can stream this activity, and then you guys can participate if you want. So, my plan is later tonight, after some DDO, after we wind down a little bit, is to, stream some of that, which should be lots of fun. So for those that don't know anything about medicine, it'll be a cool interactive thing. It'll be a fun experiment. Because I am like, I need to make sure I'm focusing and studying and stuff, but if I can turn streaming time into studying time, well then what can't I do, The world is my oyster. So yeah, that's the current goal anyway. That's what we're going to be doing. Yeah, Stormhorns is part of an expansion, unfortunately, but that's usually one of the reasons why I do the other Harper quests aren't Stormhorns. Making money while spending money. It's mostly because it would be fun. Bear in mind that because I know I'm not streaming as often, I have reduced the number of ads visible on the channel, so that way people that decide they want to unsubscribe don't feel like as burned, because there's not like... It's not like they're going to be watching tons and tons of ads because they decided to unsubscribe because I'm streaming less. Which seemed like the right thing to do. Yeah, as far as non-expansion content, I've always just owned the expansions for epics. I don't know how to do epics without expansions. I've never played in that type of experience. So I couldn't tell you where to go. All right, Barovia. Oh, what's the next one called? Death House? Death House! Oh yeah, I don't have any AoE attacks. Yeah, Orchard Slayers are pretty popular, so if you can get a group for Orchard Slayers, that can work. Orchard Slayers, basically, there's more monsters that spawn in the Slayer Zone in Epics, based on the number of players, and it caps out at 5 people. So if you get a group of 5 people, then there's huge packs of monsters spawning everywhere, which would be kind of cool. Yeah, so we'll go over some of that stuff, and hopefully it'll be lots of fun. But that'll be a later thing. For now, we got to talk about and play some Dungeons and Dragons online. You might be wondering why I'm playing as a thrower, and especially why I'm leveling as a thrower. The main reason I'm playing as thrower is because I've always wanted to play one, and I could level as a non-thrower, but I don't know. Some of the experience is just gained by. Sometimes you just gotta put yourself into it. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just gotta put yourself into the experience of playing as a thrower. That, and also, I haven't, as I've been pretty vocal about, I've been playing less and less DDO recently, just because the, like, performance problems you get in DDO, where, like, you know, the game freezes up, you glitch out, you, like, do your little teleporty slidey around, you miss attacks because of lag, you miss spells because of lag, you lose a raid because of lag, and all that. I find, it sometimes wears on my mind, so I've been playing a little bit less DDO recently, which has then resulted in me playing more other video games, where there's less lag problems. It's kind of nice, actually. But so I still enjoy playing DDO, but I'm definitely, like, again, taking a bit of a break from the normal amount of Dungeons & Dragons Online that I'm kind of running around with. Well, that's just it. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Angmar, which is the special Lord of the Rings Online server. They made, like, a new, like, progression server in the game, where the level cap is 50, so you can play the game and do all, like, the old content and all the old raids and stuff for the gear. And it's been pretty fun. I've been enjoying it enjoying it quite a bit. Apparently there's a patch coming through tomorrow, which is going to fix one of the largest problems with the server, which is that on the server there's this special, like, ring wraith event that goes on, where one of the 9 ring wraiths will spawn on the landscape, and then everyone has to show up to kill it. But the problem is, literally everybody shows up, so actually 200 people are in one zone trying to kill this ring wraith, and the servers cannot handle it, and they're trying to fix it. Yeah, I heard that. I have seen somebody play on Cannith a couple times, and they've, you know, I've seen the at least some of the problems. Can I just not get hit by this? Thanks. Armor class, baby. Dodge. I don't even need to do anything. As soon as you get home? Nice, man. Hey, it's a lot of fun. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of that. What else have I been doing? Oh, I've been, you know, so Cyberpunk 2077 came out a long time ago, and it was like one of the worst games ever. And then they patched it. And I wouldn't call it one of the best games ever, but it's a pretty good game. If you haven't had the chance to play it, it's definitely one of those things that, like, you know, now that the game functions, it's much better, because the thing about it is that it has, like, a pretty good story. It has an interesting world that's, like, kind of fun to explore. So, like, I wouldn't call it a bad game, like, right now. It's actually quite good, and I can definitely recommend it. But the thing about it is, like, obviously a lot of people are going to be turned off by, like, the fact that there was, like, extreme performance problems for the beginning of the game's history, which is totally fair. I can understand a lot of people being really frustrated by that, you know, and not wanting to go back to it. But they came up with the DLC Phantom Liberty, which is, like, the DLC for the game. I didn't play it, but Phantom Liberty was extremely well rated. Basically, everybody that played Phantom Liberty was like, yo, this is an amazing DLC, you should play it, and the reviews are really good. So I was like, oh, I'll go back and play it. So I reinstalled Cyberpunk 2077 on the old computer, and I've been playing around with it a little bit. And it's not the only thing that's different. It's basically, they called it Cyberpunk 2.0, because they reworked literally every single system and progression system in the entire game. The level up system is different, the stat system is different, the skill trees are different. There's, like, more things you can do now, there's more weapons, they changed up how the cyberware, like, all of that stuff is different. So it's kind of cool. It's nice to kind of play, like, a different video game for a little bit. It's like when you return back to something and it's so different, you're like, oh, it just feels new all of a sudden. I like it, it's a good one. As a builder and theory crafter, I want your advice. Sure, I can help you out with this. That's right, die to traps, stupid skeletons. If you've never done this before, this is a really great way to handle skeletons when you're a thrower. You just hit them with spikes, and they can't do anything. It's possible to build a first life DC caster, nuker, melee, ranged DPS, or tanks. What DC casting DCs are reasonably attainable? The answer to that question is yes. It is possible to build a strong first life DC caster, nuker, melee, ranged, and tank. However, you have to recognize that being a first lifer, there will be sacrifices that you have to make that other characters wouldn't have to make with different lives. Also, you must have a really, really tight setup with really, really tight gear. If you want to go in and do R10s on your first life character, let's say on like a first life DC caster, you will need the best of the best items in the entire game. Oh yeah, and plus 8 tomes. You can do it, but you will need to have that sorted. But it is possible to do. Just keep that in mind. As an example, I have a tank that is not technically a first life character, but it literally doesn't have any relevant past lives. I have 2 favorite soul past lives, which give mana, so it doesn't have any like tank stats and no epic lives. And that character is capable of taking our 10s. And on Hardcore League, we make characters that get over 110 to 115 DCs on first life characters as well. Because it's just something you got to do. So as long as you're willing to have the patience to figure out the pieces of the puzzle and get things together, yeah, you definitely can make first life characters that can do every one of those roles. I would say the hardest to do of the ones that you're talking about would be melee. In my opinion, I think it's probably the hardest one. I went to the wrong zone. Whoops. Harm SLA is better? I don't think so. I think Inflict Serious is better. Also, what's up, Sukai? How you doing? How are you? Yeah, you definitely can. Make some really good stats. Couple R10s. Oh, yeah. The Dragon Lord one? That build is so good, by the way. I love that character. It was in no capacity adjusted, nerfed, or changed. So if anyone is looking for a character to play, if you look up the new Critzilla, one of the more recent builds that I posted, by more recent I mean this calendar year, definitely a good option if you're looking for something to play. That character, can it be done? It can be done on low life. I don't know if it can be done on first life, but it's close. Yeah, the main issue, if you're wondering why it's difficult to play, or like why I specifically said, oh yeah, it's difficult to play first life characters in melee, I think it's because you just need too many stats to play melee, whereas the other characters you don't. Like if you're playing as a DC caster, you can stack a lot of your defenses and stay backline. Same thing if you're nuker, you can stack a lot of your defenses. Same thing with range, you can stack a lot of your defenses. But as melee, you need the defenses, and so the area where you end up losing out on is literally just hit chance, because you get anywhere from 12, anywhere from 15 to almost like 30 hit chance from just past lives alone. Right? That's the crazy part. And so that extra hit chance is really impactful and really noticeable. Also, the music is really loud today. Why is my music so loud? Oh, it's because I said it really loud. That's why. But yeah. Are people playing a lot of Wild Mage? This character is going to become a Wild Mage when I'm done, but I assume people are playing a lot of Wild Mage. Oh god, is this Throw Paladin? Oh no. Did you get those DCs? Again, you need like literally every stat in the entire game. Like you got to go through every piece of gear for everything. Yeah, you wear like the Vecna gear because that gives +3 to the Profane DCs, and you wear. I know it's not like not fair to say like oh yeah gear, but you get that. You got to do the double. You have all your filigree slots unlocked. You have all the proper double filigrees associated with the DCs, so your weapon is giving you like +4 to your main stat and +6 to DCs. Oh my god, this quest! So you got to do that. Yeah. Actually, I got some drift who's doing okay. Nice. Yeah, it's hard to get all the stats, but when you get all of them, it starts to feel really good. Yeah, you also gotta do the double feet trick. The double feet trick is where you... Dude, I'm not hitting any of my throws! I'm literally just whipping and doing nothing. Oh my god. Ah! Why did I play this fucking character? Why did I do this to myself? Maybe this is why I took a break from DDO. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, sorry, the double strat, where you take spell focus, greater spell focus, and epic spell focus for 2 feats, which then allows you to take spell specialty of one of the feats that you already have and getting even more DCs. So what I mean is, usually the way spell specialty works is it's supposed to give you +3 DCs for the feat that you didn't take. So let's say you take like evocation 1, 2, and 3, so evocation greater, and epic evocation. You can then take like spell specialty enchantment and get an extra +3 to enchantment for 1 feat. But if you're playing like a wizard and you take enchantment 1, enchantment 2, enchantment 3, and necro 1, necro 2, necro 3, you can then take enchantment specialty because you technically have necro, and you can go from there and get yourself basically +6. In fact, because of the fact that we get a new feat at 34 or 33, you could take both. So you could do like enchantment and necro and have both of them.
Those are not pebbles.
New patience feat gets more damage. Yeah, the new patience feat is really good.
They are human teeth.
So there's a bunch of wacky stuff you can do to get even more DCs. As far as I know, also if you're like, oh, is that going to get adjusted? As far as I know, the devs are aware and they don't really care. Discord, apparently you're a bad thrower, but I know you played League for like 7 years. I'm pretty good at throwing. Well, that's not true. I didn't really throw games that often. The thing is, like, when I played League of Legends, I mostly played like support and jungle. And when you're playing support and jungle, obviously you can like make some mistakes for sure. But like the big throwers are your mid laners and your AD carries, because those are the ones that like they accumulate all of it and they get all the gear and all the kills. And then they just decide, you know what, I'm going to dive for their support. They dive, they kill the support, but then they get taken down and then we lose the entire game because we don't have our carry. So like, if of people that throw the game, usually it's the carry more often than the supports or anything. Not that it can't happen, but yeah, usually it's the carry. And from my experience playing League of Legends in 2014, so like 10 years ago. Yeah, because wizards get so many feats, they can take all of them. Where's the piece of meat? I didn't find the meat body. It's somewhere around here. I just don't know where. Yeah, I hate the throwers or the lack of AoE on this character. I know it's obviously because I'm leveling with it, but yeah, it's just annoying. But yeah, there's a lot of wacky stuff you can do to increase your DCs. Oh, where do you find it? All right, I must have missed it somewhere. I don't know where. But we're done. Let's get out of here. Yeah, there's some wacky stuff you can do with DCs. I've wanted to make a video for a long time that would be structured around like how do you get big numbers and try to explain stuff to people. But like I think the one of the biggest problems that a lot of people experience, which I try to my best to explain, is that they just don't understand the value of +1. And I see it all the time in build reviews. When I review somebody's build and I look at their stat distributions, and I just one of the first things I can do is I can just look at their character and I go, oh, okay, you're playing whatever, and I open up the tree and they didn't take this and they didn't take this. They didn't take either of these dexterities or whatever the stats here. They didn't take the main stat. And and the second I notice that they didn't take the main stat in their tree, I know that their stats are going to be low. And that's when you click into the level 32 character, I guess level 34 now during the review, and they have like 50 intelligence on a wizard. You know what I mean? And it's because they don't see the value. They're like, well, I get, why would I care about the +1 on the tree or +2 in the tree when I can get +13 from an item? And the answer is like the reason why you get, or like the way you get all these stats is by actually taking advantage of literally every single stat point available to you. You don't leave a single stat point behind, which can be hard to grasp for a lot of people. Not like it's the most insane concept in the universe, but just like there for a lot of people, it can be difficult to get a handle on exactly how important each individual number is and how important +1s are, because most of what your endgame stats turn into is literally +1s and +2s. So how do you get 110? +1s and +2s mostly. Just little bits and pieces taken from all these different little places and adding it together.
All of this, the oil spreads across the floor and then catches fire, filling the windmill with...
And that's the biggest mistake that people make when they play in terms of trying to optimize for endgame, is they don't realize how important each one of those individual stats is. And to be fair, this isn't a problem that's exclusive to DDO. This is pretty much any video game where you can customize your stats, you're going to run into these types of problems. And it's honestly a problem I run into myself when I'm playing like a game like Path of Exile, for example. I oftentimes just don't realize how many points I'm wasting because I see the big thing. I'm like, oh, I want to get the big ticket thing on my passive tree, but I don't realize how many points it takes to get there. You know, I'm not counting the 1s and 2s. I'm only looking at the big number, and I'm getting lost. And I think that happens to a lot of people. And again, this isn't me saying like it's a commentary on individuals. It's just that's a skill you have to learn. Well, it's not even quality stats, right? Like, yeah, quality stats, but it's why are capstones good? Well, because capstone gives +2 dex and wisdom. That's a lot of stats, man. It's a really good amount of stats. There's +1 dex, +1 dex, +1 dex, +1 dex, +1 dex, +1 dex. If you decided not to take any of these, you're down 6 dex. All of a sudden. If I don't take the dex at a Horizon Walker, I'm down 8 dex. That's really fast. That's just in the tree alone. We're not talking about tomes or other things. We're talking about just the things, the actionable amounts of dexterity that you can get. Particular reason why? Because you like getting laughed at for running slave lords? Hey man, there's nothing wrong with being a glutton for punishment. And I'm gonna have to get some more water later. Yeah, man. Again, it's something that I think is really difficult. Again, this is not me trying to make a comment about like the you know, be like, oh well, the average DDO player is bad or anything like that. It's mostly just the fact that like it is something that a lot of people struggle with, is one step at a time. Each individual step. I think that the new and set bonuses as well. But that's just the nature of gearing. I think gearing is really mystifying for a lot of people. And I think also, kind of like a ratio, not a ratio, but like a getting understanding as to like what an appropriate number is, like what sort of stats are good. I think that's difficult for a lot of people. So what I mean by that is if you play the game and you put on gear and you're playing wizard and you get 60 intelligence, and that's the highest number you've gotten to, you're going to be like, damn, 60 is pretty good. You put on all the gear that you know about, you've got your stats in, and you've got 60 intelligence. Nice. But then when you find out that a powerful build has 100 to 110, well, that kind of gives you perspective now. Now you can look at it and go, oh, I thought I had all the stats. Turns out I was actually behind the stats by quite a bit. And I think that having that range is actually probably a good idea. It might behoove me at some point to literally make a video that is pretty much just me breaking down a chart of what stats you should, like, what are good stats? Like, what is the range where you say, okay, my stat's good now? I think that's not a bad idea. Because to me, it feels intuitive, but for some, maybe it won't be. Because I think if you know what number you're trying to get to, it makes it a lot easier to get to that number, because you can see what the goal is. Oh, good. Double throwers in the slime room.
Black ooze begins to spurt from it. The liquid congeals into globs
Good.
and surges toward you.
I've been maxing people play or build their tunes to like the wood, pen, and paper. I think it depends. I think it depends on who is playing and who's doing what. Because depending on the circles you go to on the internet, some circles are very, very, very heavily min-maxed when it comes to D&D. Like, as an easy example, if you don't play D&D, but you talk about D&D on Reddit, You have a lot of really min-maxed characters and ideas. The number of places I've been to on the internet where it's several people who don't play Dungeons and Dragons but are only talking about the theoretical, what they could do with their character. I always find it funny when people talk about like character builds in pen and paper, and they're like, oh man, like if you just combine this, and this item, you could do this crazy thing. And it's like, sick. The campaign takes place on a desert island. Too bad you can't cut those items, because that'd be crazy. Or like if you play in anything that's like even slightly customized. I think it's fair that people who, you know, are kind of getting into Dungeons and Dragons in modern times definitely treat some of the stats and numbers like it's a video game, where it's like, oh, you just got to get this item from the shop. You just wait till you get to an item shop without, you know, kind of understanding the context of Dungeons and Dragons is a set of rules that allows you to define a game that in and of itself doesn't have predefined preconception or like preconceptions of how it's actually supposed to work.
His image begins to move.
So stuff like that is I think missing on a lot of people. Again, it's whenever somebody asks me, "Oh, dude, like, you know, they ask questions about D&D lore," and I'm like, the question is wrong fundamentally, but it's hard to explain why to somebody if they like don't really understand, because all they get is like, that's just not something that happens, where like the rule system is not the entire game in and of itself. I think it's one of the reasons why personally I've always gravitated towards Dungeons and Dragons. It's not just because I'm already used to it and I know all the things. That's a big part of it as well. Learning new systems and change is complicated and difficult, and something I don't terribly want to do. But it's kind of the flexibility of being able to apply the system to whatever series of rules I really want at any given moment. Like if you think about pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons being obviously a set of rules, well, I could play pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons in the Forgotten Realms, or I could play pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons in Eberron, or I could play pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons, you know, in whatever universe I want to set the game in, and the rules just allow me to interpret the fundamentals of the world in which you're building. Versus if you say I want to play, you know, like possibly a different type of system. Obviously, there are other systems that are applicable to multiple different worlds, right? So like Pathfinder is an easy example, where obviously Paizo has their own like baseline world, but you can play Pathfinder's rule system, but play it in D&D if you, or like in Eberron if you wanted. I'm sure there's probably a combinations for that. But that's one of the reasons why I've always appreciated Dungeons & Dragons, is I don't have to like learn a new system suddenly and like try to understand some new thing, where it's like, oh, if you want to play like Cyberpunk as an example, Cyberpunk Tabletop has its own predefined set of rules. So there's like already a way that you play the video game. So you could just play it with D&D rules, but there is actually a rule set for that world that doesn't necessarily translate over to something else because of how some of the fundamentals of the actual world is set up. And it's hard to get people into new tabletop because they have to like learn a new thing. Like I had some friends that were learning like how to do Shadowrun, and that's cool. It's like it's a different game, it's a different tabletop experience. But every single person you're asking to sit down around the table has to learn not only the fundamental differences between the world, so like everything about the world, the people, the places, the things, the names, but they also got to learn all the rules to the game at the same time. Whereas like if you just say, oh, it's just D&D, you just slap that bad boy on there, say, yeah, we're playing D&D here, and then all they have to do realistically is learn what the world is, because they're already familiar with the baseline. I was long-winded. But, yeah. Yeah, the trick to doing this quest is if you do it about 100 times, you'll never get lost ever again. Extra with 36 sheltering and whatnot. Yeah, the dimension returns is also complicated. But the thing that should sell most people is that nothing in DDO diminishes. Heavier trade-offs maybe, but there's no diminishing returns. Ever. Yeah, the spiral staircases are also kind of rough. I really like it though, because if I am in some like nightmarish manner, it would make sense that there'd be all these like horrible spiral staircases all over the place. Must kill castle sentinel. the key? No, I don't.
You are teleported. There
What's
is a
GURPS?
spiral staircase across
GURPS?
the room, suggesting you are in one of the castle
Generic universal role-playing system. What the hell is this?
floor, coming from below.
GURPS?
With the keystone in hand, you step through the castle wards unhindered. You check your bags. Sure enough,
Is
the
like is a
icon of
+1.
Ravenloft is
Well,
there.
I was gonna say it's not so that you don't make trade-offs like that. It's more so like
With a sigh of relief,
I think calling it like a diminishing return isn't correct because every return is always the amount that you think it's going to be. It's like the same thing where people think like, oh, there's diminishing returns on PRR and MRR because the more of it you get, the less of a change in percentage you get. But that doesn't matter because the amount of damage reduction you're getting is the same every time. Like 10 PRR and 110 PRR will reduce percentage-wise the amount of damage you're taking by the same amount in terms of like from the difference from 0 to 10 and 100 to 10, you're taking the same percentage reduction in damage. It's just one of them might be like a bigger number or won't divide out as well. Like there's no time where you want to stop getting physical resistance rating. If you're playing a tank, like you'd be happy with 500 over 400, so you're going to take 500. You know what I mean? Like every number in DDO, the only ones that have diminishing returns, I guess, are the ones that have caps. Which one's the only one that you're going to be missing out on? What's the next quest? No, reclamation next. Reclamation. Been around since 1985. You love GURPS? Okay, let me look up GURPS real quick. What the hell is this? GURPS 4th. Welcome to the generic universal role-playing system. With GURPS, you can be anyone you want. An elf hero fighting for the force of good, a shadowy femme fatale on a deep cover mission, a futuristic swashbuckler carving up foes with a force sword in his hand and a beautiful woman by his side, or literally anything else. Thanks to its flexibility, quality writing, and ease of use, GURPS has been the premier universal role-playing game for over 3 decades. I'm going to be honest. Oh, I was hoping it would give me the picture, dude. Can I see the picture? This is a real old-looking book. I love it. You don't do all of Ravenloft at 12? No, that's a terrible idea. I would never do that. They have a Mars Attacks GURP? Oh my god. This is crazy. I should look into that then. More genres than high fantasy? Oh yeah, absolutely. Have I gouged my eyes out farming Og Gems? I haven't played Legendary yet. I'm going to be honest, of the expansion. I've heard that a lot of people are upset at the expansion Legendary version, and I haven't cared much for playing DDO at the moment, just because of, you know, a variety of reasons. Well, it's a variety of things. Part one is like I'm going back to school, so, you know, being in class and spending a lot of time studying and stuff has definitely eaten away into my ability to stream and produce content, so I'm just a little bit slower on both of those ends, so I haven't been playing as much in regards to that. But also, as I said, DDO is kind of driving me crazy a little bit. Yo, what's up, Midnight Fox? Yeah, I am still doing YouTube videos. I just, the production has slowed because, as I just mentioned, I am back to school, which is cool. And so because I'm back to school, I am not streaming or making as many videos. I'm still going to be making videos. I have a build to post about, what am I talking about? Wild Mage. But I'm going to be posting a like optimized Wild Mage build and a basic one at the same time, so people will see like a bit of a contrast. And I just need to get to the optimized Wild Mage yet. GURPS like Acid Reflex. There probably is rules for acid reflux in the GURPS. Yeah, man, I'm doing great. I'm doing really good. Yeah, I feel really good. Thank you. Yeah, I feel good. As previously mentioned, I asked the instructor if I could use some of the learning tools on, like, you know, if I could share some of them. And what she said to me is, all of it is public, so I can do whatever I want with it. And I'm like, oh, cool. So at some point, probably later today, I'll go through some of it and we can do an interactive, fun exercise. So you guys can learn what I'm learning. That'll be fun. Yeah, I'm doing good at the moment. Yeah, GURPS is interesting. The idea of having like a universal role-playing tool is a smart idea. I'd never heard of it. I don't know why. It's probably because I'm just young. That's probably it. So I agree, hi Bacchus. That is actually one of my favorite parts about like pen and paper roleplay is not just the characters' numbers changing, but the characters themselves changing. To me, I think that is like just a really cool concept generally. And watching people's characters like evolve and change over time. Watching either members of the same party interact differently and change their opinions of one another, watching characters make different class decisions or level up decisions based on things that have happened, or characters even like think about like fundamentally changing their alignment. One of my players played somebody who viewed the world in my current game, who's very much viewed the world as like black and white, like there are good guys and bad guys, and they've been confronted with a lot of situations that shattered that perception. So they're like, maybe things are more complicated than they seem. Which is like kind of neat, and seeing their character change with regards to what's actually happening in the story. Gonna try Black Myth Wukong? Probably not. It looks cool. The main problem is it's like $100 video game, and because I'm at school and streaming less, I just don't have like the spare cash to buy a $100 video game, and also I don't have the time to play a $100 video game because I already like. I'd love to tell you guys that all I do when I turn the stream off is just study. But as I mentioned, I've been replaying Cyberpunk 2077. Whoops. So yeah, I've had a couple of the things that I've just like had on the back burner and doing other things. It looks cool. Like the game looks really good. I've seen a lot of people praise the game online. Like it looks sick. I just don't like. I didn't even know it was coming out. I'm gonna be honest. It's one of those things I didn't really follow up on. So I wasn't really hyped for it before it came out. Also, Bobby, thank you so much for sharing your 110 consecutive streams watched. Incredible. Incredible, even. I love slipping and sliding down the hill. You guys like playing throwers? Is this like, is this like the classic experience of playing the thrower? Because I am having a blast, man. As I'm blasting these guys. Get them. Bam. 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 I like that I can do a huge amount of damage sometimes. I think it's kind of cool. We're throwing for content? We are in fact throwing for content. That is correct. That's what we do today.
The central furnace room is host.
Yeah, like I said, it's also like I still admittedly have to finish the Elden Ring DLC because I didn't actually kill Radon because I spent about 6 hours on stream fighting him, and then I took a bit of a break, and that was at the beginning of July, and then I took like the month to sort out my brain and do a bunch of other stuff, and so I just haven't actually gone back to finish it, so I gotta do that at some point. Impression is that they're horrible at heroic levels? Yeah. Having access to no area of effect is pretty rough. I gotta say that. They're not laughing. It's true, they're not laughing now. Fact. 2 hours of suffering as a caster. Thing is, I almost beat it once, and almost beating it once means I can do it again. I know I saw a lot of people online complaining. It's like, it's too hard, it's impossible, it's blah, blah, blah. Honestly, it is definitely like the hardest boss fight in the DLC that I've come across so far. But is it that hard? I'm trying to think. Is it that hard? Would I rate it as the hardest boss? It's definitely the hardest boss in Elden Ring for sure. No boss is as hard as Radon. But is it the hardest boss, though? Because you have to understand, Radon, when I think about it in terms of challenge of boss, is stacked right up there against Orphan of Kos, who doesn't fuck around, okay? And I know this is embarrassing, But I don't want to talk about how long it took me to beat Manus in Dark Souls 1. Okay? It took me a long time to beat Manus. I did, but it took me a really, really long time. So, yeah. Cast invisibility and stealth, which lets you move around the arena. You go behind him and spam poison and not aggro. Oh, that's funny. I don't plan on doing that, but that is kind of cool. It's really funny because the character that I decided I felt, I don't want to say vindicated, but I felt kind of good when the character that I decided to play is I decided I wanted to make an ice character. So I just said I'm only taking ice spells and using ice abilities and ice attacks, and I got to have an ice outfit. And I gotta have ice everything, because I never played ice stuff in Elden Ring. And then the expansion releases, and people start posting all these build guides. Oh my god, use this ice, use this thing. And I'm like, yeah, dude, vindicated. I am very good at this video game. I didn't look, I just thought ice was cool. They made a boss harder than Melania? Oh yeah, 100%. There's one of those videos, there's like the videos that people do online of like the bosses versus bosses. Where they like will put them in a 1v1 where the AI will attack each other. And the current boss, final boss of the DLC can beat every single other Elden Ring boss at the same time. It can like 1v30 the base game. It's a hard one. It's very fast. And very strong. Also, what's up, Cozy? How you doing? What's up? Enjoy your lurking. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, duo with the Sork is the trick. It's a cool video. Yeah. I feel kind of bad because like everybody had different experiences with it, with the boss. And for me, I found that was the big dragon boy. Can't remember the dragon's name. Because I killed it so fast I didn't remember. Oh, the guy with no arms or legs. Who you wouldn't think would be very difficult, but it actually is. It's actually funny because that dragon, they imply in the story that he was defeated by Placidusax, who is the Lord of Dragons. And so that's kind of the lore behind it, is that, you know, he was shunned away. And but in the videos where somebody made one where it's like they actually 1v1 the two characters, the DLC one wins, obviously, because it has more hit points. Because it's from the DLC, but it's kind of funny. I didn't have Tyrushin poking with the Rot Rapier. It's not a bad idea. I'm going to get it with my magic. I've got the full magic build going on, and it's going to go well. Well, it's not full magic, because I use... I changed up my build so I can use a couple different items. Because the original idea was using ice equipment, and basically everything ice comes from Ronnie's questline. So I have all the ice spells, Ronnie's full moon, Renala's full moon, and Rolana's twin moons. That spell is awesome. Useless, but it's very cool looking. And then I also got Rolana's double blades, because those are pretty good. So I've been using those quite a bit. And yeah, it's just been fun to kind of like troll around and fight people. As far as like, you know, just putting on a shield. I don't think I've ever equipped a shield on that character. And I feel like I can't. Like it would be wrong. It'd be wrong to put a shield on the ice build. Because they don't have an ice shield. If they had an ice shield, maybe, but they don't have an ice shield. I can't do it. Bottles to be thrown. How's Shuriken Monk going? You know, it's going as fast as you would expect. I like these quests. They're like pretty straightforward. They're pretty entertaining. They're also free. I find that maybe more so than other people, I usually like to include some free quests in my rotation while leveling because I leave my LFM open. And so if somebody is like a newer player and they don't have as much experience, they don't own the content, then being able to join in the quest and then do it without having to pay for it is nice. So I try to do that when possible. Did I mention that he was that insane on your Sork? Yeah. I mean, he does like 1 and 2 tap me, but I don't use any of the talismans. Yeah, I personally enjoy these quests, and like I said, I try to run these quests for like other people. To my knowledge, for playing a monk shuriken thrower, the only good version is the pure monk, because you get the capstone ninja spy, which gives you +5 sneak attack dice, and then the dex and wisdom, which is a pretty sizable increase in damage, and it's really hard to beat with a multi-class, especially given how tight the points are. Yeah, the D4 +4 I do pick up quite often, but not all the time. Depends. I'm excited for the ability to just gain 1,000,000 range power by tumbling. Dragon more Eladrin. Yeah, I am currently just using the wings because I think they look cool. If I'm going to be totally honest, the Eladrin outfit, not the Eladrin outfit, but the kind of warder archer's outfit feels great on a monk. It feels like it's got the right amount of armor. I know people look at like monks as being unarmored, but I really liked in Baldur's Gate 2, where you have like Balthazar and his order of monks. And I really loved the design of those monks. Again, they have armor on, obviously, but it's not like they're wearing full plate everywhere. They just have like robes with like armor protecting certain spots. And it kind of makes me think of like a lot of the ninjas you see in like classic fiction. You look at your Mortal Kombat ninjas, you know, like Sub-Zero and stuff, where they have like the spiky pauldrons. They got the arm braces and stuff. How many lives does character have? Almost all of them. When I finish this past life, I'll be back to racial completionist, and I'm going to shove it onto its final build, and then that will be it. This is from the collector's edition of Myth Draenor. It's the Cormanthor Marksman's outfit.
The stems of giant mushrooms are
and the rest of them goes into Horizon Walker, yeah. Basically, the way you would build the character is you grab Horizon Walker, and you're going to go tier 5 Horizon Walker for improved Archer's Focus. You get Ninja Spy, and then I have a few points left over for the actual Eladrin tree. Yeah, well, I was just talking about this earlier. I think one of the reasons why myself and some other people I know are getting like DDO burnout is because there hasn't been a cool event that's been going on. So it's been pretty much just regular amounts of DDO content. So you kind of hit like the DDO content quest pack drought, where you've played enough quest packs, but the quest pack only lasts so long, and then you're like, well, need something to do. And like the fresh server is kind of like a lot of content to run through. So hardcore works well for that. I'm bored of hardcore too. Yeah, well, Sandstone Games said they're going to be doing something later in this year, which is supposed to be like this big event that is supposed to give people something to do, something to chew on. I hope they will, but yeah. Oh yes, and the +1 passive from Hemshin. Yeah, I'm going to do that as well. Yeah, I will also be doing that.
The sea troll colony has been destroyed.
Got him. Get out of here, sea trolls. But yeah, Float has it exactly correct. 41 in Ninja Spy, so you can grab the capstone here, as well as getting the points in Horizon Walker for improved Archer's Focus, and then going into Henshin for the passive key generation here, because the passive key generation allows you to get your key back in combat, so then you can actually use that 10,000 stars on cooldown, as well as some other stuff.
The doors to the lighthouse stand before you, locked and barricaded. Footprints lead off to your left.
Notice, then I hit lag, starts hitting, I quit. Yep.
The lighthouse door lies open before you.
Yeah, it's amplified on this character as well.
And her captors await.
So there's that. Yo, what's up, Officer Skeleton? How you doing? Don't worry, Float. The nice thing is about as being somebody who's currently studying like medicine and medical technologies and stuff. I'm kind of like really hopeful about current and future medical advancements. Because it's getting to see like literally what's on the cutting edge, what's on the front line, what people are doing to like improve the quality of life and improve the state of health for so many people, and the tireless number of people who are working very hard to make people's dreams of health a reality, which is cool. And so hopefully at someday they will be able to help you with your desire to play thrower. I don't know if we have the medicine or the therapy for that yet, but I'm hopeful that in the future that will exist, and you'll be able to get the help you need. That you too will make a full recovery and no longer want to play thrower. The adventurer who retired has gone to farming. There's nothing wrong with that. Please die, everybody. Sometimes got the wrong answer at first on how to handle them. Oh no. Wait a minute. As in, like, you're a company that's either like public facing, or was it like somebody from outside the company emailed into the company like a million times and you handled it poorly? Not you particularly, but like the business handled it poorly? Also, I'm just kidding, Float. Obviously, hitting targets for 500,000 with a shuriken feels very satisfying. Can I live and kill everything in this room without moving? Let's find out. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Alright, 4 ones in 6 attacks is kind of crazy. And the communication we were told to start merging all the tickets, which was the wrong thing to do. Yeah, I can see that being a problem. I can see that being a problem. What are we doing here? I think it's it. I have one more level 10 to do. It's one of my favorite level 10s to do in the entire game.
On the doorway that read,
what?
For the devourer.
No, don't fail the fast recall. No. It's a quest everybody enjoys doing. Hiding in plain sight. I don't know why I started doing hiding in plain sight every past life. I think it's because level 10s just suck. With the amount of money being invested in research? Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like especially when it comes to medicine and learning more about it, like how like for people that have like the really aggressive like terminal cancers and stuff, like if you get diagnosed and their goal is always just to get you to the next 6-month period, because 6 months from now there might be a better treatment because of how fast the research moves and the medicine moves. And so they're just trying to get you to that next 6-month hurdle because everything could turn around. It's crazy. Bottles there at the bottom of the shaft. So I used to do that. You know what? I can do that right now because this character can go to the bottom there easily since I have evasion and 43 reflex. Maybe I should go for that. The Thonk Dragon? Well, yeah, but I can't ride the Thonk Dragon. I gotta ride on the Cormanthor Marksman steed. It fits the outfit. I gotta fit the outfit, man. Look how cool my elf looks. I mean, if I do turn off the wings because they don't really fit the outfit very well. Look how good this looks. Look at this horse. Oh, this is like a Lord of the Rings horse right here. No joke. This is what all the horses in Lord of the Rings Online look like. They're all so well, like the armor is beautiful on all the Lotro horses. I am gonna leave the wings on though, even though I do think they look a little clunky, because to remind people, these wings are only available today. If you log in tomorrow, you can't get them. They're free. They don't cost you any money. They only cost you the time it takes to log in and talk to the guy in the Hall of Heroes. It's a permanent unlock in your account. They will never be available again, ever. This is the last time. You can never get this after today. If you want these wings, they're free. You log in and you talk to the dragon in the Hall of Heroes. That's it. You will have the wings. Free today. Tomorrow, you cannot get them because they're changing up what the dragon gives you. Today only. Today only. Today now. Today, today, today. If you want it, go get it today. Thank you. Barbara Jink. I hope you've been good. I've been great, dude. I've been doing great. Later today, for those of you that are going to stick around, I'm going to see if I can run an exercise where actually I'm going to do some, because I have to do some studying. I have a lot of studying I need to do for school because I'm a loser. And so I'm going to do some of it on stream so you guys can learn what I'm learning if you want. It'll be good. DDO finally caught up. Yeah, well, DDO gets like 3 pretty horses a year, whereas Lord of the Rings gets like 12. But yeah, DDO kind of caught up. Also, Lord of the Rings gets elk and boar as well, not just horses. The wings are account-wide. When you talk to the dragon once, they're unlocked permanently on your account for every character you ever make until you delete your account. Where can you get that? So you can get these today, the wings today. If you log in tomorrow, you can't get the wings. In fact, if you try to collect the wings tomorrow, okay, like, I pray for your soul, because, like, right to jail. Literally, somebody's going to show up at your door. You log into the game thinking, I'm going to collect the wings. And there's going to be a knock, knock, knock at the door. And who is that? Guess what? It's the state troopers. They're hauling you in. It is what it is. I can't control this. And you might be like, I don't even live in America. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. They get on a boat. They get there. Don't worry about it. So yeah, it doesn't work. Then rush the Lotro story. I don't feel like the story is rushed. I've actually been currently really enjoying the current story, I'm going to be honest. They're also coming in with a new dungeon tomorrow that they're adding to the game. That is going to continue parts of the story of Umbar. And I gotta say, the Umbar story kicks ass. Very good. Police? Yeah, it's the RCMP. Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And no, they don't ride horses. Although, good question. I mean, they probably, like, there's probably regions of Canada where there are people who ride horses. You know, like rural areas and stuff. But no, they just use police cars like a regular police force. At one point, they were mounted. I guess you could say you mount a car. It's like kind of a thing. Province? It's countrywide. Each local jurisdiction will have their own police officers. So you'll have like the Ottawa has the Ottawa Police, but then there's also the Ontario Provincial Police, and then there's the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
The path forward, judging from the thick cover,
there's like 3 layers of police.
Beyond, this gate was closed for good reason.
And after all this time, pretty much the only interaction I've ever had with the police is the 2 times where I was driving people home at night. One time coming from downtown and one time coming from Canada. And there was the ride check where the police cars are basically just like literally on the edge of the highway and they have you pull over. They literally pull everybody over and they just... because they just wait off the highway at like 1 o'clock, and then they pull them off, and they just go, "Hey, have you been drinking?" And if you answer no, and you haven't been drinking, they're like, "Okay, great, go on your way." So I've had 2 ride checks before, but again, that's literally it's basically just like a checkpoint to make sure people aren't drinking and driving, which I personally don't mind. I think it's good. Yeah, they call it a ride check. The first time. I'd never experienced that before. So they have everybody pull over. And so, I pull over. And the guy, like, taps on the window, so I roll it down. And he goes, "Ride check." And I go, "Okay, yeah. Like, what can I do?" And he goes, and he's like, "Oh, you've been drinking?" I was like, No, I haven't been drinking. The people in the car have, but I'm good." And, I was, like, flustered. I didn't know what to do. I freaked out. Arizona since dust storms and high temperatures. Yeah. Okay, I have to ask this question. Hey, Bobby, have you ever cooked a fried egg on the sidewalk? No time when I'm the one keeping the drunk drivers off the road. Do you have like an Uber thing in your window? $10 to fully cook. Okay, I assumed it would take. It wouldn't be a fast process because of the diffusal of heat. But yeah, does have your Uber sign out? Okay, that's interesting. I wonder what percentage of Uber drivers they pull over are under the influence. I actually do. I do question that because, like, the obvious answer is, well, of course, if somebody is driving for Uber, they're not going to be under the influence. But that's not how that works. I've lived on this planet for a little while. I'm aware that that's, Just because people shouldn't do a thing does not mean that they don't do a thing. So that makes me wonder, like, how often they pull over somebody who's like that. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. Again, this is also not me talking about the quality and character of, like, Uber drivers versus taxi drivers or any other type of driving service. It's called human beings doing actions that pertain to human beings. Oh, that's fine. I was never in any danger. I'm good. There's no the flight gets canceled because the air temp is so high you can't generate lift. Yeah, but the problem with cooking an egg on the sidewalk is because of the heat, right? The heat isn't coming from the bottom, it's coming from the top. So you would have to, the pavement would need to be hot enough that you could put the egg on the pavement and there would be enough heat in the pavement to at least to get the egg to, I think it's about 140 Fahrenheit or 145 Fahrenheit to properly denature the egg. But the asphalt needs to be so hot that it can get the residual heat, because once you put the egg on the surface, it's going to cool the surface, and then the top of the egg is getting heated. So it's not going to cook properly. I feel like you wouldn't be able to cook... am I going to run out of healing scrolls? Well, I am out of healing scrolls, so I have to buy more. But I feel like that wouldn't work as well. Pavement is 150 to 160. 150 to 160? Interesting. I guess it depends on the type of pavement too, whether you're talking about like black asphalt or like just a regular sidewalk. Yeah, I feel like if you have like asphalt, it would be easier. Depends on where you do it. There's the world where they cook like that using reflective surfaces. Oh yeah, if you have a tool, you could easily cook it. Like if you had like I'm sure if you had just had some aluminum foil, it'd be super easy to cook an egg on the pavement in Arizona.
Debris litters.
But I'm talking like straight onto the ground. I'm talking you take an egg, you crack it onto the floor. Because if you had foil, right, you could just drop the egg on the spot and then just move it every 30 seconds onto like the new heated surface, and it'd be easy to cook the egg. You'd probably like do it like this. Town, township, county, sheriff, and state. Places of township, though. Counties only have sheriffs at the county level. Interesting, yeah. I'm gonna go check. Where's the bottle of air? I don't remember where this is. Is it down here? Oil of serious repair? That's not a bottle of air. I've been had. Just one you left out. True. Yeah, there probably would be a huge difference in the type of egg. But yeah, I would assume that if you just had some aluminum foil, that would make it no problem, because you could just move the aluminum foil onto continually heated asphalt.
Water drips from your body as you climb out from the water.
And you'd probably cook it, no problem. Go to Phoenix on a nice hot day. I don't know why I was thinking about cooking eggs on pavement, okay? I was like, I made eggs this morning, and I was thinking about how hot the pan was, because I find my brain is stupid, and like what I should do is just consistently make the eggs the same way every day. But I find sometimes I'll put the eggs in too early, so then they don't cook good. And so the second set of eggs, if I make more than one set of eggs, so let's say I cook for my roommate or something, I usually take the first ones, which are worse, and give her the second ones, because I'm just like not doing it consistently. And my thought process was like, man, would you get a consistent cook if you threw it on the asphalt? Which is the next thought. Okay, this is a bit of a problem, because I don't have a lot of ways to heal now. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's the first pancake is just garbage. Just throw it away. It's a waste of time. I am in trouble. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Honestly, I don't have an alert right now. Screw these guys. Do you do evasion armor marks? They don't. In pen and paper 5th edition, evasion only work, or 3.5, evasion only works while wearing light or no armor. In 5, evasion works as long as you have evasion. But in 3.5, I'm like 99% sure evasion only works in cloth and light.
Stormreach's crime lord slumps to the floor, dead.
You get information. Oh, it's just the fact that it's taunting you. I mean, to be fair, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Evasion, bad.
Perhaps he can shed some light on it.
Evasion is bad because you rely on evasion. And what evasion says, the text of evasion says specifically, when you roll a 1, you still die. Like, you read a lot of the text on evasion, right? In fact, we'll look at it together. You and me right here. Monk feats. Evasion. The text here says, when you roll a 1, you still die. It's crazy. It doesn't look like that. It says when you make a reflex save to avoid damage, you take no damage instead. And you think to yourself, oh, if I make my save, I take no damage. That sounds awesome. And you walk into your first trap, you roll a 1, you instantly die, and you go, damn, really wish I had heavier armor. Evasion, man. Never again. What version of D&D pen and paper was out in 2000? I think 3.0 came out in 2002 or 2001. Oh shit, is it 2001 or 2002? I think 3.0 is 2000. No, wait, hold on. Was it 99? I know. It might have been 99. Yeah, I think it was 99. Because Neverwinter Nights is based off of 3.0, and Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic is based off of 3.0, and those games are both early 2000s, and I feel like if it was also an early 2000s rule system, there wouldn't be enough time to incorporate them. It was 2000? I thought it was 99. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It was one of those two dates. And then 3.5, I think, was 2003 or 2004. It might have even been 2002. Where's the monk trainer? It's right here. This guy. 2003, yeah, makes sense. Jump, concentration, tumble, swim. I love these level ups where I get nothing. I get spell resistance, 10 plus monk level. It's actually not bad. 23 spell resistance for free is kind of sick.
Form scans the thronging crowd. She is searching for heroes.
Okay.
Heroes able and willing.
So I can use Deadly Striker for a while for +1 threat range, which is kind of sick. Crippling Strike doesn't work with ranged weapons. Self-defense works, I guess. And I can't use a melee attack. Damn, Shuriken Throw sucks. Oh, man. Do I want +1 threat range or 25% life? I need to buy more scroll. I'm going to take the life, honestly. So yeah, keep that in mind. Pathfinder where you get Ranger? Wait, do Pathfinder Rangers not do that? Hold on. PFE-SRD. No way. I need PFE1. Not 2. Okay, hold on. Is evasion in Pathfinder really not based on the armor? That seems crazy to me. Evasion. Oh, evasion can only be used if a ranger is wearing light, medium, or no armor. So medium does get evasion on a ranger in Pathfinder 1. So now we go to the next one, which is rogue, which does not get proficiency. Rogue also gets evasion. And rogue evasion is light or no armor. So rangers get medium evasion in Pathfinder 1. Whereas rogues get light or no armor evasion in Pathfinder 1. Interesting. They bought the guy out. Oh, this one? NPRD. Oh, yeah, but this site's ugly. This is my problem. So here's my issue. This website is very ugly if I want to look something up. So if I want to look up a thing, I have to go through this, and it's so ugly. Ugly website. This website is the cat's fucking pajamas, dude. This website's amazing. Everything about this website's incredible. So, like, you just go like, oh, what do I want? I want this. Boop, 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 boop. It's right here. Everything you can want. Although this website always stresses me out. People have asked me how come I haven't really engaged in a lot of Pathfinder content. Pathfinder is cool. I think it's awesome. Here's the thing. In Pathfinder, there are the core classes. Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Sorcerer, Wizard. Which are the classes taken from your standard D20 rule set, which is what this is based off of. There's also the Pathfinder-specific classes. Alchemist, Cavalier, Gunslinger, Inquisitor, Magus, Oracle, Omdura, Shifter, Summoner, Vampire Hunter, Vigilante, Witch. And those are kind of cool. And then we start pathfindering with the alternate classes. The hybrid classes. Ooh, Blood Rager, Arcanist, Brawler, Hunter, Investigator, Slayer, Warpriest, Swashbuckler, Shaman, Scald. Your prestige classes. Which it's actually not that big. But then also you get into the archetypes where you click this down and you go, oh, cool. Cleric. What type of cleric can you play? Oh, that's kind of neat. You've got the different archetypes of cleric, like Necromancer of the Northwest, Orphaned Bookworm, Cleric, Samurai Sheepdog, Michael Mars. The fuck is Michael Mars? Well, there's nothing on here, so I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, point is, yeah, it's a wild ride. And you said you absolutely hate the critical failure mechanics. Pathfinder 2, 10 is critical fail. Yeah, I also don't like critical fail mechanics because I can understand why they are included in some gaming systems and why some people will use them. Because consequences for failure, I think, can make interesting game mechanics. The problem I have most of the time is that a lot of the time when people are playing pen and paper, from my personal experience, they're only playing one pen and paper game at a time because I'm a grown-up and I know a lot of grown-ups who like have children, have jobs and responsibilities, have like, you know, third or different activities they do. And so as a result, a lot of people only play in one campaign, and then having a session where they sit down and then they break their favorite sword because they rolled poorly or something like that, is not the type of experience I personally want people to walk away from when they play the game. Not that they can't have bad consequences, but stuff like that I don't like as much. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of those things. Try to kill us more with? Yeah. Because don't worry, I try to kill my players all the time. I don't know if do I have the monster here? See if I find it. I have my monster list. Don't worry, I try to murder them all day, all night. Monsters. What did I throw at them the other day? I have the bear. Yeah, like I have my bear. So my bear is like this is one of many bears, where it has like, it can make multiple attacks as a claw and a bite that does piercing necrotic damage, which does piercing or necrotic while using the better stat. Whoops, I forgot to question this, but it's got rampage on top of that. And then also, it has a bonus action on every turn. It can use a gaze to stun somebody, which is pretty cool. And also, all of these creatures, it's not included in this listing, but all of the layer touch creatures can summon lesser versions of themselves. So this can summon basically lesser bears that are not one, but like close to 1 health, like 10 health, like ads that summon. And it's sort of like minions from 4th edition. And so they might fight this plus some other things. So I can kill my characters. Yeah. I can kill characters because I got this one. Do I have a cold bear as well? I got the cold bear as well. I gave it snow slide. So it slides through targets. It does 21d6. And then if they, or 66 is a cold damage on a save. And if they fail their save, they get partially frozen. Which basically means that if you get partially frozen twice, you become actually frozen. So you become restrained because you're basically covered in ice and you can't do anything. And so yeah, these are basically like magical creatures. And so the layer touched mechanic is both a story element that I have in my campaign, where there's like things that are changing. So there's like, I have folders of all the creatures they've fought so far. Of like all these different creatures. Like I've got like a troll here as an example, which has like a poison breath, a bonus action. I love the poison leech, whereas a bonus action, if it poisons anything, it can remove the poison from the enemy. Basically, so they are no longer poisoned, but instead they heal. The troll heals. So it uses poison breath, poisons everything in front of it, and then it heals from that. That's very cool monster. But yeah, I have a lot of monsters that are designed like that. Story wise, it makes sense, but it also allows me to throw whatever juiced nonsense I want at the players. So I can pick the monster that fits the scenario, but then also put the skeleton of like something dangerous on top of it. It also means that I don't have to worry about my the power scale of my campaign, because I get to choose all the variables, because I give the players all the tools and I give them all the magic and I give them all the things, but then they have to deal with it, because then they have to deal with the garbage that I throw at them, which is fantastic. It goes both ways. It's kind of fun. I don't know if I showed this. I have my I made a loot table. Where's my loot table? Where is it? Where's my loot table? Oh yeah, I made a loot table, which is this one. It's my loot table. So basically, it's the table that I roll on for all the RNG loot that I put together, which actually makes it a lot easier. So basically, what I did is I put like what type of loot is going to drop, so I can just roll for it, and then also what I roll for each of the different pieces of equipment that goes down. And then, so if it's like, oh, if I get a potion, then I can roll on the potion table. If I get a scroll, I roll on the scroll table. And then also the effects. So then what type of damage do the things do? Necrotic. And then I figure out that, and then also what the stats are on the item. And so something I've actually been doing is kind of like more Pokemon, I wouldn't say Pokemon, but like Pokemon adjacent, where like all of the creatures have like, it's like there's a poison creature, so therefore it's immune to poison, and it has a vulnerability. And so therefore you roll on the weapon type. Because something I did with the campaign is I changed it so that weapons that are enchanted with a damage type don't actually add that damage, they deal that damage. So, for example, if you find like a acid longsword, the sword isn't going to add d6 acid or whatever damage, it does acid. That's just what it does. So, if you find an acid longsword, then it's going to deal acid damage. That's just what it does. It doesn't deal slashing damage anymore. It's still the longsword type, so it uses the rules of longsword, but it's an acid weapon. And so that means that if they fight the poison creature that has poison immunity, if they understand what they can deal with it, they can swap to the weapon that they have or use the tools they have at their disposal, because each of the party members also has access to multiple different damage types that they can manage at the same time. But then I was like, what if I combine these things? So I have a list here where I can roll where I combine the elements together. So as an example, I rolled acid and psychic for an item I put together. So I gave them, I think it's a short sword that dealt, I called it the acid trip short sword, because it deals acid and psychic damage, and it takes whatever number or whatever value is better. So for example, if you're fighting a creature that is weak to acid and resistant to psychic, then it counts as a acid weapon versus the other way around. And I'm like, that's kind of fun. It also lets me combine fun things. Like I can combine fire and necrotic and call it like blood flame. And now it's like it adds some like thematicness to it, and it changes up how things visually look, and also makes things kind of sound more interesting. I don't know, I had a lot of fun with that, putting that together. I really enjoyed myself. I love making like D&D stuff, man. That shit's like the best.
I combine peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, hell yeah. You know, I got this thing. I got this great device. It makes something called a jaffle, which is a pressed sandwich. And I've been making some jaffles this week. Peanut butter jam. Because I got some strawberry jam. It's good. Anyway, I gotta get some water, because I haven't had water in 2 hours because I've been distracted. I will be right back. DMs are trying to fight the player a lot of times due to bad DMing from the 80s. I'm trying to feed red cryptic fucker from the Isekai D&D cartoon as Isekai and an anime. I have no idea what you're talking about in terms of either bad DMing from the 80s. I know what you're talking about with bad DMing from the 80s. I know about that. You're talking about the like where everything is an absolute nightmare, everything breaks all the time. Nothing works the way you think it's supposed to. The monsters are always bigger, badder, and more scarier than you are. Everything is scarce. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing to do. You end up going into a dungeon that turns out is like 50 hours long or 50 sessions long. I totally understand the bad DMing from the 80s part. The red crypting gnome from the isekai, I don't know what that is. It's really funny though. Oh, that's funny. I'm back. Want to be a dungeon master from the D&D cartoon? Interesting. Reincarnate. You have to talk to a guy to get him every time. All right, so let's go down here. Yeah, you go talk to this guy. Let's go down here. So you talk to the dragon today. You talk to this dragon today, you get these wings permanently added onto your account. You talk to the dragon today, you get the wings forever. You talk to the dragon today, you get the wings forever. You talk to him tomorrow, you get nothing. You get literally nothing. Someone comes in your house and they step on your foot really hard. That's what you get. But if you talk to him today, you get the wings permanently added to your account. That's it. And then every time you want to get the wings from now until the game shuts down, you come here and there's this guy, Estraz. You talk to Estraz and you say, "Hi, I want my wings." And that's it. You talk to this guy, Dragon, once, and then you can always get your wings on every character you ever make until the game is over. If you do it tomorrow, you get nothing. So don't make a bad decision. Just keep letting you guys know. I don't know why. For some reason, my brain thinks that if you talk to an NPC, they're going to turn and look at you, but they don't. Because like, if I go behind the dragon and talk to it, it'll turn around, and that's not how this game works. I don't know why I thought that was how this game works. But yeah. Dragon wings. They're kind of neat. Do you guys want to play a game? Because I need to study for school. And I have an interactive game I can play on stream to study. So if you guys want to play a game, we can play a game so I can study and you guys can learn something too. Because it's stuff I need to remember and memorize, and so this is a good opportunity. I'm probably never going to get to cap on this character now. Let me see if I can pull it up here. You don't want to learn anymore? That's okay. You can't, so don't worry about it. It is not global thermonuclear war. Okay, I believe I can do this. Okay. I'm just double checking here. I need to make sure I can change a setting real quick. Oh, okay, settings. That's fine. Okay, so I'm scared. So I'm gonna make an adjustment here. Can I turn the music off? Can I turn this off? Yeah, I can. Okay, so I am scared of you guys, and I always have been. So we're gonna play a game because it's something I literally have to study for my class that I'm taking. So the play this game if you don't want to do any Googling, but this is a program. It's a teaching program called Kahoot. It is basically like Jackbox. So if you go to the website kahoot.it, there's a pin here, and you can join in. So I can actually share the link to the room if you want, so you can see it on screen there, and you load it on your phone, and it's a great program. Again, it's basically just Jackbox. The thing is, though, I am scared of all of you. So as a result, if I go in, I'm not gonna let you guys put in your own names, but we can play this together. So if you want to join in and play, this is a game. It's because this is a learning tool. This is a game involving medical terminology, because I have to remember all of the medical terminology. So I have to remember everything. So if you ever watched like a medical drama and they're like, oh, they've got hypercardiomyopathy happening, and you're like, what the heck does that mean? That's literally all this is. It is just a game that is about guessing and picking the right words that match up to things. So that's the whole point. I'm going to be studying here and doing this. So like I said, please join in on your phone. It's really easy. I got to change up the way my character looks though. This is important because you make sure you pick your character and make sure they look good. And it's nice and fun. Yeah, that's the reason. The one thing is I am nervous about having people the ability to choose their names, because I played Jackbox before with other people. And when you play Jackbox with other people, what almost always happens all of the time, I'm just going to up the music in game actually, so it's a little louder here. But when you play Jackbox with like other people, people use the worst names possible. Some people will actually use their name. They'll be like, oh, hi, my name's Jerry, or my name's whatever. But instead, some people will type in terrible things that you're not allowed to type in the Twitch chat or in different places. And so I can't have that on stream. So unfortunately, you guys are going to have to be here. You can still customize the way your character looks. But unfortunately, you won't be able to specifically... Oh my god, there's so many people playing. Nice. But unfortunately, you won't be able to change your name. So you just have to remember who you are. See if you can guess who I am. And who knows, maybe somebody will beat me. The only trick is, because this is an educational tool, try not to Google it. Because, obviously, if you're Googling your way through this, it's a bit of a cheat. But, all right, I think that's everybody. I'm going to give it, one more minute, and then we'll get started. In case anyone wants to join in, this is free. It's just a fun game. It's good to test your memory. Ask yourself this question. How much do you remember from watching all 27 seasons of Grey's Anatomy? That's the real question here. Can you remember all the details? How much do you remember from watching, from your 7th rewatch of all 8 seasons of House? Or Bones, or, what other shows are on there? Or the episodes of Law & Order where they involved going to see the coroner, and the coroner told them how they died. The Good Doctor. There you go. There's another one. Medical dramas are popular, man. They're really popular. I'm going to be honest. I feel like that's one of the reasons why I was, mildly motivated to get into this, because it's easy. In terms of, it's easy to find yourself being like, oh yeah, I already kind of know some of this stuff. Until you realize you don't, because it's all fantasy, but yeah. Okay, we're going to get started. So we'll see how this goes. Oh, people can late join? Oh, that's sick. I didn't know that. Apparently you can lock it, but I didn't. So this is all about medical terms, man. Here we go. You gotta get your medical terms. Oh, God. Wait, which of the terms means study? Oh, this easy game. And the pin is still at the bottom, so you can actually late join, which is interesting. Again, this is stuff I actually have to know for the exam that I have to take. This is kind of interesting. I think there's like music in the thing. Hold on, let me see here. There might be, the music in here might be better. We'll see. Give me a sec. I'm going to turn off the DDO music for a spell. All right, and the answer is ology, by the way, or logy. So like theology is the study of something. Ichthyology is the study of fish. So yeah, that's the thing. Biology, exactly. Biology. Logy. Oh, nice. Good job, Stellar Leopard, Winged Llama, Stellar Elk. I love these names. These are great. Let's try again. Which of the following terms means producing cancer? Oh, God. I know this. Oh, there's like music. Yeah, dude. You can feel the pressure building in the back of your head. What do you say? Oh, no. And remember, you can always light join if you want. I know this isn't DDO stuff, but I have to study, so this is good. Carcinogenic is correct. That's right. Carcino, or carcin, meaning cancer, and genic, meaning like genesis. So it's like producing cancer, I think. Nice job. People are coming up. Oh, Stellar Elk going up. Classy turtle. True or false? Neuro equals kidney. Neuro equals kidney? That, I don't know. Is that what that is? You're forever done with school? Too bad. Because I gotta learn. Somebody said true. True. Yeah. Neuro equals nerves. Kidney is, renal is to describe the kidney. So if you have kidney failure, it's called renal failure. And if you study the kidneys, you're a nephrologist. Why is there nephro and renal? I don't know. I'm not Latin, but Canicus can tell me. Which of the following terms means speaking? Oh God. I believe that is... Oh no, I don't know, dude. That's a great question. Gonna keep the music going. I know the answer to this one though. That's right. Has specialized in nephrology. He did. He was a nephrologist. So phagia is to speak. So if you have dysphagia, it's because you're having difficulty speaking. Phagia is to eat.
Green is misspelled. Shouldn't it be penis?
Yeah, probably. Plegia. What is plegia? Oh no, I don't know what plegia is. I'm looking it up. Plegia is paralysis. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. And what's penia? Osteopenia. I believe penia is reduction of cells. Yeah, penia, lack of. So it's a lack of. So plegia. Oh my God, I'm trying to learn all this. Thank you for bearing with me while I'm doing this. I am studying. This is study time. Oh my God, classy turtle catching up. Holy moly. All right, let's go. Round 5. Which of the following terms means incision into the skull? Oh God. There's so many cranios. I don't think it's a craniectomy, but it could be a craniectomy. Is that what it is, you guys? Is an incision into the skull a craniectomy? I don't think that's a procedure. I don't think they do that. That'd be funny. Okay. Medicine practice time. Craniotomy. Otomy is an incision. An ostomy is to create a hole. So for example, you make an incision, which is a craniotomy, but you can create a large hole or an opening is a craniostomy. They sound similar, but one of them is a small and one of them is big, basically. An oscopy is to look with a device. So a cranioscopy is like they put a camera in your brain to look at it. And a craniectomy is lethal. You can't do this one. Yeah, they in the 1700s in France, was that 1769 or something? They did a lot of craniotomies. But yeah, or craniectomy. Yeah, ectomy is to remove, exactly. And so crani being skull, I don't know what happens if you remove the skull. We'll find out. Oh, Fearless Cat hitting the leaderboard. Nice job, Fearless Cat. I like that Fearless Cat's a polar bear. Very fun. Poly equals few. True or false? Great question. A lot of stuff is simple, but it's just stuff you gotta drill into your head. I wonder if people are going for the minimum score. But yes, poly is many. So it is false. Hemi equals whole. Is hemi whole? I don't know, dude. The answer is false. Hemi is half. Like the hemisphere. You break the planet into the west hemisphere and the east hemisphere. It is half. Hemi is half. Whole is whole. I don't know if there's a word for whole other than whole. I'm not sure. Which of the following terms does not mean yellow? Okay. Leuco, icto, ciro, xantho. Oh my god, I actually answered this wrong. Uh-oh. I didn't finish reading it. I know which the answer is. Again, you don't really have time to Google because it's only 15 seconds. But I actually answered it wrong. I made a mistake. I didn't read it properly. The answer is leuco. So, icto is yellow, but specifically referencing bilirubin. I don't know what bilirubin is, so I'm going to Google that. Bilirubin is a yellowish pigment that is made during the breakdown of red blood cells. Xantho is referencing xanthophylls, which is also yellow, and ciro also references yellow. Leuco is white. The leukocyte is the technical term for white blood cell. Leuco white. Great job, somebody who's not on the board for getting it right. I can't see the bottom of the board. All right, true or false? Macro equals large. Is it macro or micro that's large? I can't remember. That's right. Macro does in fact equal large. Good job, team. Good job. Yeah, exactly. Which of the following terms means bone disease? Bone disease. I know there's a disease called, I think it's osteogenesis imperfecta. I remember hearing that on a medical TV show. I couldn't tell you what that means, but it's on the page. Also correct. Osteogenesis is bone, and this is start. So this would be like the creation of bone, osteogenesis. Osteology is a study of bone. Osteocyte is a bone cell, because this means a cell, a site. And osteopathy, pathy, comes from pathos, disease. Osteopathy, bone disease. Samuel Jackson, motherfucking Jackson had it? Oh, really? Samuel Jackson had a bit of bone disease? Have you watched Cells at Work? I wanted to watch Cells at Work, but it's not on Netflix anymore. Flame those wings. You gotta... Pyro equals fever. True or false? Pyro. Pirate it and Code Black. I do want to watch Cells at Work. And I'm not going to say I would pirate the TV show. I am going to say that I'm going to watch it, and I don't have Netflix. That's what I will say. Also, it is true. That's right. Pyro equals fever. For example, if you're sick and you have a fever, you can reduce your fever with an antipyretic, which reduces fever. Pyro fever. Nice job, people. Nice job. Oh, and we got Possum Inspirado. What a name. Homeo equals steady state. I think it's true. Homeostasis is the body like trying to return to a neutral state. The body always tries to be neutral, or like to be at a steady state. Yeah, equilibrium. So homeo, I guess, is steady state. I'm not sure actually. I assume that this is correct because it says true. Great job. Classy turtle on a win streak. Oh shit. I'm being caught. Which of the following terms means in front of the elbow? Yeah, I don't know. What a job that guy has. Yeah, I do want to watch Cells at Work. I'm not a big anime guy, but it seems it could be the perfect type of anime to watch. Okay, so antecubital means this is in front of the elbow. Antecubital or anticubital is against the elbow. Infracubital is below the elbow, and extracubital I don't think extra is used. I don't think that's Greek. Is extra in the list? I don't think extra is here. Because these are root words. I don't think extra is a prefix. Anyone know Greek? Is extra a prefix in Greek? No, because then you would use other words like supracubital or something. I'm not sure. Extra. Oh? Outside. It is outside the elbow. Yeah, it's on here. Prefixes for location. Extra. It is. Infra is below the elbow. Extra is outside the elbow. Yep. Extra. Outside. Nice, dude. Extra is a type of gum. Try the new 5 gum. Dis equals hardening. What is it? It is false. Dis is difficulty. So, for example, if you have dyspnea, pnea being breathing, dyspnea is difficulty breathing, versus apnea, which is what happens when people have sleep apnea, which is not breathing. Dysphagia, yeah, exactly. Or dysphagia versus dysphagia. We got this. Medicine. Which of the long terms means development or function? Oh shit. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. It's trophy? That makes sense. That makes sense. Because atrophy is when something loses function. So that would actually make sense. Hypertrophy has too much function. Hypotrophic. Right. Yeah. Okay, I got that one wrong. Trophy. Development or function. Genesis is creation. Blasto. I cannot remember what blasto is. I gotta remind myself. What is blasto? To sprout or begin to form. And genic is producing. So Genesis is formation and genic is producing. So it was trophy, yeah. Yeah, a blastocyte is cell forming. Damn. Classy turtle getting it right. Which of the following means pain in the neck? I think the answer is near south. It is cervicoalgia. Algia is to say pain. Cervico is the neck bones. Cervicoid means like the neck. So it is so you could say like your forearm is cervicoid. It's wrong, but you could. Cervical is with reference to the neck. So the cervical spine is the spine in the neck. And cervicobrachialgia is neck and brachial arm pain. So brachial, your brachial is your arms, your brachial region. So neck and arm pain. Yeah, neck and arm. Shoulder is axial. This is the axial area. So it would be neck and arm. Why is your neck and arm hurting from one condition? I don't know, but that's a great question. I switched from biology to engineering in my second year. I know, but I got to learn all this stuff. And the thing is, there's so many words. So this is great practice, by the way. Which of the following terms means to release? And you're learning something. To release? I don't know. Pinch nerve. Yeah, it just goes all the way down. Just gets you. Yo, what's up, Triax? How you doing? Okay, crine. So, scope is to view with a device. Iatry. What's iatry? I don't know. I don't know what iatry is. But crine is to release or secrete. So that's why you have the endocrine system. It's that. Oh, iatry. It's a study. Right. Psychiatry. That makes sense. A scope, instrument to view, and side. What is side? I don't know. Oh, to kill. Right. To kill. Okay, gotcha. Pay attention. Like pesticide. Pesticide side. Like, exactly. Like when Bart hits the phone and it goes, you have selected regicide. Classic regicide. I'm so glad they can report that to the Springfield police station. All right, here we go. Which of the following means fatty tumor? I know the answer to this one. Cog dragging my box bar to catch up to your main. Nice. We're gonna get back to DDO, but I got to study for school, and this is actually very helpful. By the way, if you want to join in, you can. The pin is at the bottom of the screen. I know this one. It is lipoma. Cytoma is cellular tumor, because oma is group of cells. So cellular group of cells. I don't know exactly what cytoma means. It's One Punch Man exactly. Adipocyte is a cell in the adipo, which is what? What is an adipo? Adipo. Adipo. I need location, please. Root words, body parts. Adipo, fat. Oh, it's a fat cell. An adipocyte is a fat cell. Interesting. Adipocyte is a fat cell. Right. Adipose tissue. And adipology, the study of fat. Lipoma is fatty tumor. Check. No records? Almost never see the records since another team handles them usually. It's all good. Again, this information, I don't know if it's useful to anybody, but it's fun for me. Otomy equals surgical opening. Otomy. Oh. I'm not meant to be. I mean, it's not that you're not meant to be. Unless you're talking about this game, then maybe not. It is false. Okay, yeah, because an otomy is an incision. So like a incision, whereas an opening is an ostomy. Like, for example, you know in the medical TV shows, there's like some dude that has like an allergic reaction, and then they're like, they can't breathe. And somebody's like, quick, we got to do a tracheotomy, where they like take a knife and they like do a cut so then they can like breathe through like this part of the body instead of like this part because it's all swollen up. That's a tracheotomy versus, what would be an ostomy? The only thing I can think of is colostomy for people that have Crohn's disease. And they always use a pen too. Yeah, every time. It's literally always some dude, like, they just cut with a scalpel and then they grab like a pen and shove it in. And I'm like, that doesn't seem like medicine. I don't think that's correct. All right. True or false, hyper equals low. Hyper, is it low? The screwy thing is that sometimes the false is on the left and sometimes the false is on the right, and that's annoying. That is correct. Hyper equals high. Hypo equals low. Good job, people. Hypothermia is a great way to think about that. Which of the following means without growth or development? Oh my god. I don't know. Without growth or development? Oh shit. I actually don't know the answer to this at all. I hope I get it right. I don't know. Aplasia. Okay, hold on. Aplasia? Okay, plasia. Yeah, it is aplasia. Plasia equals growth or development. I didn't know that. Okay, so we talked about this before. Apnea. Pnea is breathing. Apnea is not breathing. Algia. Algia is literally just pain. Ablastic. Is that real? Can you have a blastic? Blastic. Blastic. I don't even know if alblastic is real. Sometimes there's like fake answers in here. I think the last one, I think ablastic's literally fake, and aplasia makes sense. Aplasia. The texture is broken because I'm not supposed to be there. Ooh, screenshot in Discord. Yeah, that I don't think you're supposed to be there either. Suffix form of blasto. Oh, ablastic is a lack of red blood cell production. Ablastic. Oh, interesting. Okay. This is going to be hard. Thrombo equals heat. I don't know. I already answered. So now I'm going to look through here. False. What is thrombo? Thrombo. Prefixes, root word. Thrombo, blood clot. I knew that. A thrombo is a blood clot. Thrombo. Blood clot. Gotcha. Ugh. Thrombosis. True, false. A or N equals without. A or N equals without. I don't know. Deep vein thrombosis. Yeah, true. I've seen that before. Yeah, A or is without. Like apnea. Pnea is breathing. Apnea is without breathing. Dude, this is so hard. Ugh, I've been cramming like this for days, by the way. Blasto equals sprout or begin to form. True or false? This is good, by the way. Medical etymology? Yeah. Dude, that's this whole book. That's what I've been just blasting for days. Yes, blasto is sprout or begin to form. That is correct. I have lots of these games, by the way. I have like 20 of them. We're not going to play them all today, but I'm going to do more. Side equals to kill. Regicide. Some of these come up repeatedly because we're talking about it, but yeah. But yes, this is just medical terms. That's all it is. That's all I'm doing. I got to learn it. I just got to go in the brain. And you know how you learn stuff? Repetition, 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 repetition. You want to remember stuff? That's how you learn it. People ask all the time, Stream Tom, how do you just like, what's the secret to like knowing how to put items together in DDO Builder? The answer is you read over the items 100 million fucking times and then they're in your brain forever. That's how. That's how you do it. All right. Next up, myelo equals muscle. Myelo equals muscle. Well, it's like cardio. If you have like problem with heart muscle, that would be a cardiomyopathy, because it would be a disease of the heart muscle. Because my is muscle. Myelo, I believe myelo is bone marrow. My is muscle. Myelo is, I believe, bone marrow. I believe it is bone marrow. Do you have a gear only review option? No. Because the gear, when you do the build review with gear, that's just like the gear's over an hour. Which of the following terms means excessive flow? Excessive flow, eh? I like the music, it's great. Or be in the knowledge with different sends. Say it out loud, write it, listen to audio, read it, more sense involved. Yeah, 100%. And the answer is edge or hage, not urea. Urea is flow, whereas urhage is excessive flow. So, for example, if you have a hemorrhea, that means you are bleeding. If you have a hemorrhage, it means you cannot stop the bleeding. It is now a problem. Yeah, or example, diarrhea is one thing. A diarrhage is what happens when you drink the fluid you have to drink before you get a colonoscopy, and you don't realize what it is. You know when the people get the laxatives in movies where somebody like spikes someone's coffee and then they drink it, and then they're in the middle of a big important meeting with a bunch of their investors, and then all of a sudden they go, uh-oh. That happens in every movie that came out in the year like, or around the year 2000. All right. Which of the following terms means little artery? I don't know. It is arterial. Okay, so that makes sense. The reason why I don't know is because artheral would be little joint, because arthur is joint. Venu is vein. Angio. Angiole. Because, okay, so if you get an angiogram, that is where they look at the veins coming, or the arteries coming off of the heart. So is angio specific to heart? I don't know. I'm looking it up. Body parts. Root words for body parts. Angio, vessel. So angio is vessel specifically. Artery is the artery. Okay, gotcha. Also, thank you for the watch streak, Immortai. I hope you're doing well. We only have 2 more questions left, and then it's back to DDO. Which of the following term means making an incision into the large intestine? Is it a colectomy, a coloscope, a colostomy, or a colotomy? Or is it a pina colada? Colotomy. Coloscope is to view the large intestine with a scope, also called a colonoscopy or coloscopy. Colostomy is when you have a opening, not an incision, but an opening. A colectomy is when you just take out the whole intestine because you don't need it. You just don't need it. You just take the whole intestine, just take it out. It's like 7 feet long. Get rid of it. And a colotomy is an incision. Check. That stellar leopard fellow is doing real good. So whoever you are out there, great job. True or false? Gram equals machine to record. I don't know. Oh shit. I have no clue. I don't think so. It's false. Okay, yeah. Because I know that bacteria, when they identify bacteria in microbiology, they're either gram positive or gram negative, which I think is the stain. But I'm going to check it. Gram. Root words for body parts. Root words gram. I believe that is correct. It is the stain? Yeah, I was like pretty sure. Yeah, it's not in here, so I don't know where it's going to come from. Cool. And there we go. The podium. Good job, you guys. Number 3, Stellar Elk. Great job. I don't know who you are, but good work. Number 2, Classy Turtle. Love the skeleton face. And number 1, coming in first, drum roll please, for Stellar Leopard. Congratulations, Stellar Leopard. Whoever you are out there, I hope you're doing pretty good. You're doing a pretty good job. Nice work. Good job, Stellar Leopard. Could be anybody. Could even be... It could be anybody in the audience. I don't know. Could be somebody. I'm studying, so it's a good thing I won. Okay, cool. So it's on the top 5 board. So yeah, it's pretty fun. Use summary. You can see all the answers and what people got right and wrong. This is a cool system, by the way. This is absolute use, a great use for like a Jackbox style thing. So like to use it as like an educational program. Okay. That's good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. We're going to do more of these, by the way, because I need to study, and this is very helpful. So we will be doing more of these in the future. I just think it's good to like kind of take breaks. For me, especially, because I've literally spent almost the entire day just reading this book of all the terms. There's only so much I can do in a day. And so it's good to have like these in-between breaks about that. Also, for the record, anybody can make those. So sort of like how anybody can make a tier list or like a Sporkle, anybody can make a Kahoot, which is fantastic. But yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for taking the time and doing that with me. I hope it was fun. I enjoyed it, actually. And again, it's good for learning. I gotta learn medicine. But yeah, there's so many of those, by the way. So I can probably do 1 or 2 every single time I stream. Keep you guys caught up so you can learn along with me. And then you'll be able to pass your own exams. And you'll be able to pass the MPLAO exam and become a technician yourself. Exactly, the study of medicine, medicology. Billable hours when you had system issues? Interesting. Yeah, because it's like, hey, we are doing something. We're technically learning. You know, we're improving our skills, right? Right? Shroomectomy? Not today. Legally a team building activity. And you don't even start with, well, it's legally this is usually a bad sign. What build? Pure monk thrower. Shuriken thrower. Pure monk shuriken thrower. Thrower of shurikens. Shuriken throw. 1 sec. You have found a build more painful than your Dark Apostate? Oh, this one? Yeah. Drow? No, I'm playing as a Ladrin. You don't have to play as a Drow. Drow technically gives you 1 free feat because you get Shuriken expertise per free. But you don't care about getting Shuriken expertise for free because I believe I can just take the feat as a monk, so I don't really care. It's like not important. So it just doesn't really matter. And I wanted to play a Ladrin because Ladrin's new, and also because I need a Ladrin past lives. Argynvost. No, it doesn't stack with the normal one. It just gives it to you. Yeah, Trailblazer is probably the best, but I need an Eladrin past life, so what are you gonna do? Yeah, it just gives it to you for free. Doesn't replace it. I forgot to buy Scrolls of Healing. Wheel?
According to what you've been told, the Order of the Silver Dragon still guards this place, bound by an oath that not even death can break.
1 second. Okay, we're good. Does the pain... So does the pain is still there leveling wise or still slugging it at level 13? Oh, dude, this is a slow process. Because the problem is, even though I do a ton of damage, like you can see how much damage I'm doing to these guys. I'm wrecking them. I have no AoE, so it's all going to happen bit by bit, 1 strike at a time. 1 strike at a time. But then on top of that, also, if you move, you lose a ton of damage. And also, if you move, monsters are moving, and if you are moving and a monster is moving, that means attacks don't work in DDO. Snowstar? I am currently using Snowstar. I did, what do you call it? The thing twice. The old Cult of the Six twice. I guess you'd call it, since I did it twice, the Cult of the 12. Oh my god. Everything takes so long to kill. Fuck. Attack. The snowball is a dart, so it doesn't work. Please die eventually. Oh good, rats. If there was just comparable AoE with this character, it wouldn't be that bad. But yeah, next upgrade's 15. No, I'm gonna be running Snowstar until I'm level 30. I'm not changing off this weapon. Are legendary weapons even better than Snowstar? Yeah. Shuriken is a 20 times 2, and Snowstar is a 16 to 20 times 2. Okay. Oh, those are just wraiths. Okay, whatever. Cap, double strike, and other things. Cap, double strike. Oh my god. I don't know if I'm going to be capping double strike, but we'll see. I'm surprised I can't see these guys, given the fact that my spot is very high. Do a swashbuckler? I don't see myself doing that, because then you would need to take shuriken proficiency. I guess you could just play a drow bard and use shurikens. Scorpions and ghosts. Oh yeah, they just pretend to be invisible, they just actually aren't there. Yeah. Yeah, you can't be a monk bard, but you get shuriken as a drow. Again, I'm not saying it would be good, I'm just saying, like, I could... There's a build that doesn't involve monk bard combination. Yeah, you lose a gigantic amount of damage. Still in combat with these stupid wraiths, so I can't heal? Oh my god. Alright, I'll go kill him. So I can heal, please. Die, please. Die. Die. I attack so slowly. I should summon a cleric. I think that'll make this experience a lot better. There we go. Yeah, if they had, like... I would love a shuriken form that was a ricochet, so your shurikens would ricochet. No, I don't. I don't think I have the Quake Draw Augment currently. I probably do, honestly, but I wouldn't even know where to find... Oh! I forgot I can heal! Right. Right, doorway healing. Oh, why did I even use potions? I have doorways to heal for me. Duh.
Slumped in the throne is a gaunt, armored figure. Without looking up, it says simply,
Go away.
The Revenant shakes his head.
Argenvost's light has vanished.
Die, everybody.
Beacon will never shine.
I don't have to fight all these guys, but in case I need to heal later. There's currently a bug in the game, by the way, if you're wondering what I mean by door healing, where every time you go through any type of transition, like that with the loading screen, for whatever reason, your character gets the health and mana back they get from Reaper points returned to their character. So by going through the door, I'm back up to full, and it regenerated my mana if I'd used any. I don't know why that bug is in the game currently. Like, I don't know what would be causing it, but, oh, it's happening. Yeah, Shuriken character, you know, I've leveled with better builds. I've also leveled with worse, so there's worse things. I gotta say, playing, though, with all the AoE you get on Ranger with the elemental arrows, oh my god, is this like a step down from that? You pass the door and get HP and mana back? I mean, kind of. Think about how many doors you go through to get HP and mana back, right? Like, you go to the kitchen, and then all of a sudden you get HP and mana back from, you know, eating. Get yourself a cup of coffee and a bagel, and all of a sudden, boom! Full HP, full mana! That's what it's all about, man. Adipose.
In the marble
Adipose tissue is fatty tissue. Fat tissue, adipose.
The silver key you found on the commander, and the
So,
outer gate to
adipocyte, or adipocyte, is a fat cell. Adipose. 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 Gotcha.
There were only some way to direct the light.
I'm trying to remember a lot of this stuff, but there's so many words and prefixes and suffixes. I play Path of Exile, so I should be able to remember all this stuff, considering how much time I put into stupid, dumbass Path of Exile. But we'll see. Oh, also later today, I can show you guys my stupid, bad Path of Exile character. Which only some of you will care about. That's why I mean, like, later. You might appreciate the name, no matter what, because the name is good. I think the name transcends all barriers.
Your eye is drawn to the impressive beacon that dominates the courtyard.
But,
taloned creatures fly out from behind it.
so I should just be able to swipe all these things down. Die, I have a shuriken. I have a shuriken. You can't do anything to me. I'm too powerful. What skill am I using? Touch of God. Stuff. Commonly used to repeat those about 3 to 5 times. Aloud? Yeah. for me, honestly, those little quizzes where you have to just like know the answers is so insanely helpful for me because I find usage terms is a lot better. So like watching TV has been helpful. So I've been watching, I have like been rewatching episodes of like House because just listening to them talk is helpful. And then also, yeah, the little quizzes.
You feel a tingle of warmth.
Hello, Shrimp Tom. I've recently discovered DDO is my new favorite thing. Do not know where you've been all my life. Your videos have all I watched for the past month. Love the content. I'm supporting the game best I can. Have bought all the expansions. We're gonna get to the adventure packs. Only level 5 on 2 characters, but having a blast. Thank you for all the content and helpful videos. All right, Mr. Cynical. 2 things for you. Number 1, thank you for your kind words. I appreciate that. For me, I make content so that just to help people get into it better, because this game is a labyrinthine mess in terms of trying to understand where to go and what to do. And if I can help players like yourself get into it, that makes me feel good. And that's pretty much one of the reasons why I put the videos and the content out is people need help figuring out where they want to go. And so I'm glad I can be there. And number 2, great name. Somebody gifted you a sub earlier in the chat, which was very kind. And as a result of them gifting you a sub, you have ad-free viewing. It also meant I had to read your name the first time, and I could not figure out how to say your name, and I completely blundered it twice in a row. But now I know it's Mr. Cynical because I blundered it twice while you weren't here. Also, hi Drew, thank you so much for the resub. 41 months is a long time. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. And Tavern Tales, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Shrimp Stream. I'm your host, Shrimp Tom. Today, we are currently running through Shuriken Monk and Heroics. I don't know why I'm doing that. I think it's I hit my head, so, you know, we're leveling with the thrower. It is what it is. But I'm not the only person. Apparently, the person in my group is a throw paladin. So we're throwing today, I tell you what. And they just joined. Not planned. They literally just joined the group. So, throw paladin in my party, which is kind of sick. And then second, you also missed it.
This is the South Tower
because just a little while ago, I mentioned this before, but I'm currently going back to school, which is why there's been fewer streams and fewer videos, because I'm trying to get education and learn and all that. And so I'm doing vocational school, which is specifically, you know, to train to do a thing. So I'm training to like medical lab technician stuff. And as a result, some of the homework that I have to do, I can actually do on stream because some of the homework can be done as exercises with you guys. So I actually ran one of my homework exercises here on stream. And I'm probably going to do more of those in the future because it helps me learn stuff. And also, it's kind of a neat breakup between the middle of the content. So it should hopefully be fun for everybody involved. And also, Mr. Cynical, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Dude, that's super kind. Your generosity is massive. I really appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. Thanks, dude. That's crazy. Again, I'm going to try to keep making new videos. Just be aware the new videos, because of the schooling, are slower. So I do apologize for the slowdown in content. That's just, it is what it is. But there's a huge backlog, by the way, of like tons and tons of stuff out there. So there's that. Oh my god, and Hydro with the 100. Thank you for the bits, dude. I appreciate it. Why put myself through Thrower? I mean, there's a couple of reasons. One is I've always wanted to play Shuriken Thrower, and I thought it would be a good time, especially since you get all the extra damage from Phase Step while in Autumn. Using Phase Step while in Autumn gives you a million billion sneak attack dice. I figured that would scale well with this character. It's also my last Eladrin life, and I've never played Shuriken Thrower, so I thought it'd be a good time. And I'm leveling with the Shuriken specifically because I hate myself.
As you come to the door of the witch's den, you recall the password from Jesper's journal. You whisper, and the wards on the door.
Oh yeah, but to answer your question, in case I don't know if you heard me before, because you asked what skill am I using. I am using the skill Touch of God. It is granted by a unique item. And no, it is not good. And yes, I am using it. And hey, you know what? I got a few million DPS on it, which is pretty cool. I'm trying to get the highest DPS on Po Ninja using Doriani's Fist. And I don't know if I can, but I'm going to do a shot. There's not a lot of people using the item because it's very bad. But we'll see. I'm loving the beginner base videos. If I saw one for every class, it would be amazing. Yeah, I actually have a whiteboard over there with all the list of videos I have to finish making for beginner basics. Level thrower is inquisitive. Yeah, that works. Yo, later, Tavern Tales. Enjoy your evening.
Face twisting into a gap-toothed grin, the witch continues. Your little bird flatters now in the dungeons without elders.
You know, I crit like all the time, and yet I like didn't crit Drolga. That's crazy. So the problem I have with melee is if you look at Doriani's Fist, and you'll see it if you look it up on Poninja, you look at other people's builds, and you notice the same build. Pretty much every Doriani's Fist build is A class, usually Berserker, but not always Berserker, with the chess piece Doriani's Prototype, which makes sense because it makes enemies have minus 200 lightning resistance, with the Shaper Helmet that gives you extra damage scaling for every Warcry you use, and like 30 Warcries. The problem is, 30 Warcries is really clunky. All those Warcry builds are Clunk City. They're clunktacular. They are clunkagenic. They just clunk it up all day. I know. My first character, which I beat all the bosses with, was a volcanic fissure of snaking chieftain with all the Warcries, and it feels good, but it's like so clunky. And when I changed to just an actual character that like uses a Warcry every once in a while, but like only one instead of like 6, it feels so much better. Anytime, Mr. Cynical. Hey, and here's the thing: if you ever have questions, by the way, I just want to let you know. If I'm ever streaming, feel free to just whip him into the chat to ask. But also, if you use Discord, I have a Discord channel for my stream. There should be a link below, or !Discord in the chat will bring it up. And it has a level of organization that makes it really easy to ask specific questions about stuff you need. So if you're like, oh, I have a wizard question, boom, there's literally a wizard section that so people can like help you out. And here's the thing. You might be wondering, okay, why would somebody on the internet help a stranger? And the answer is because people that play Dungeons & Dragons, on average, are huge know-it-alls and nerds. And all they want to do is flex on people and show off their knowledge. They just want to tell you what's going on. So you can use that to your advantage by being like, hey, if I'm playing Wizard, is this a good idea? And you'll get like 3 or 4 people giving you a really detailed answer that's probably more detailed than you need because they just want to tell you. It's very handy. People get to have that as an output, and you get information you need. Also, there's just good discussion that goes on. And I'm very proud of the Discord for people just being kind and friendly with one another, which is really nice. I do have to step in every once in a while. But like once in a while is like literally maybe twice a year. Which is nice. It's like the show well, actually. Correct, yeah. I do have a set of rules that you have to abide by to be able to post on the server. The rules are very simple and very straightforward. They're the same rules you're going to find in almost every Discord server. You know, which effectively boil down to, don't be a jerk. If you're not bothering anybody, you're probably going to be fine. It's really easy. Like, just don't be rude. You know, if you're going to have a conversation with somebody, just treat them, just pretend that there's a human being you're talking to, and it makes it really easy.
Can you tell which one?
And it's a very easy and simple place to go to. So it's nice. But I do have the final rule, which is I also reserve the right to remove anybody from the Discord for any reason, because it's mine and I own it. But I've literally only ever banned one person from the Discord in 7 years. One. And a lot of bots. I've banned so many bots. But we've only ever had one actual ban from the Discord in 7 years. So I'm feeling good. People are kind to each other. Just be nice. If you're nice to other people will be nice to you. I'm really looking forward to playing DDO. Oh, absolutely. Giving you answers you need. Stop asking questions. Oh, 100%. Hey guys, I was trying to play Wizard, and I'm going to use Charisma. Charisma's the right stat, honestly. I think Charisma is going to make really good Wizard. And then you'll have 1,000 people being like... freaking out. Hold on. Charisma? Excuse me, I've been playing Wizard since 07. And I can tell you, Wizard's actually an intelligence-based class. I don't know where you got this Charisma idea. Here, let me write out 300 lines of text and give you a build that you can copy and use in the future. And then you're like, oh, sick. Cool, thanks, man. Hold on, let me write that down. Let me just... hold on, and it's... okay, you do this, and then... okay, yeah,
It appears he has already taken a couple of
Yeah,
prisoners.
I have measures put in place to stop the bots. And that any bots that break through, there's one channel where the bots can go to. So any bots that manage to make it through all of the bot protections that I have, they can only post in one channel,
Down the hall on
which
the left.
nobody should post in.
Out the Baron's
So they don't. I'm not going to tell you which channel it is, but there is a channel that is not designed to be posted in that anyone can post in. And the goal there is just that if the bots slip through, they will post in that channel, and then I can easily snap them. It's the best one out there, true. Yeah, Path of Exile is kind of like that as well. Yep, 100%. Like I said, it's good. People want to help out each other. You know what I mean? They want to give each other good information, and I think that's awesome. Because the thing you have to understand, especially when you spend a lot of time playing online games, like I do, and like many other people do, is that, like, this is going to sound crazy, a lot of people that spend a lot of time on the computer aren't the best at directly communicating sometimes. Now, again, there's a lot of very good communicators you can find online. Because some people have, like, jobs or real-life responsibilities that involve them communicating effectively and well in their day-to-day. And, you know, people can learn a lot of good communication skills online from other players depending on the type of medium that they go into. You know, MMORPGs aren't the worst for learning to communicate with other people if you actually take the time to talk to people as opposed to just like the short form, hey, hi, okay, bye, thanks, sort of communication you get in a lot of MMORPGs. And so there's a lot of like good communication skills out there, but not everybody has those good communication skills. So sometimes, you know, when you're on an online space, you got to give people a little bit of grace and be like, maybe they didn't mean to say something like this, or maybe they could give it a chance to learn. Again, it's the reason why I'm a big proponent of just like compassion. Just don't assume the worst about people or assume the worst about somebody's intentions if you don't know them, and you know, treat their words as their words. And try to deal with that way if you ever have like an interpersonal agreement or disagreement, because sometimes people will just type something but they don't realize exactly how they, like, maybe if they said something sounds rude, or maybe they typed something but they didn't mean like malice by it, because like text is just impossible to decipher anyway. I remember when I was growing up, learning text is pretty much the only way you communicated with almost everybody, and we had to use, you know, just huge amounts of emoticons to try to make sure people understood your intention. You got to put the old full colon capital P to let people know, I'm just joking, I'm just joking. Full colon capital P, guys, I'm joking. We're just, yeah, everything's cool. Whereas nowadays the kids use these tone indicators, which is a way smarter idea. I do wish there was like tone fonts that were standard on different computers. Because, man, what I wouldn't do for a sarcasm font.
Text is impossible to decipher. That's why I use Brian.
Correct.
D's nuts lol, smiley face, get wrecked.
Thank you for the bits. How we doing? Appreciate it. See, exactly. I wouldn't know how to say that sentence, but Brian has perfect conjugation, perfect sentence structure, perfect delivery. I'm getting excited because we're the only times we can indicate sarcasm. Mm-hmm. Irony punctuation? What the hell is this? I got 2 negative levels? Oh my god. Use to indicate irony or sarcasm. But how do you type that on the keyboard, though?
Lady Voctor does a double take. Oh, you
Oh, wait.
did this?
U061? 061? Is that U061? No way. No, it doesn't come up for me. No! Why is it not working? Hold on. Huh. Okay, I don't know why I can't pull the code up. I can copy and paste it out of there, but I don't know why I can't pull the code. Good idea, though. You just type the keys really hard so they understand your intention. True. You just apply pressure. Let people know. I say that all the time whenever I'm doing like a raid in a video game or like a hard piece of content and we wipe because we don't have enough damage. Let's say we can't get past like a DPS phase or something and we wipe. I will always come back to people and be like, guys, we need more damage. Push the fucking keys harder. Push the keys harder. You need more damage, you gotta push the keys harder. That's literally how it works. Every time. If I can't hear the plastic on your keycaps cracking, that means you're not doing enough damage. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest. Apply pressure to the keyboard, deal more damage. Why do people call certain builds face roll? Because your head is a heavy part of your body, very heavy. Roll your face, do more damage. Apply pressure directly to the keyboard. Yeah, just like slam it down. Ooh. I think so you gotta tilt the controller even if it's a joystick. 100%. I will say this, right? Giving people racing games, like when you invite, having friends over and we all play Mario Party, and you can tell the people that don't play games very often, because the people that don't play video games regularly will turn their whole body when they want to turn, whereas the people that play video games regularly are more familiar with the controller, and I find that behavior extremely entertaining. Where is that? Huh. And go to sleep. I've actually never played Righteous Fire. I was tempted to do this league. I don't know if I ever will. I do have one AFK build. Well, it's not AFK, but I have an auto bomber. That just needs more damage. You guys remember in keyboard that you could have different things happen depending on the pressure actorization of the keys? That's kind of neat, actually. Like how far the keys are pressed down. Well, isn't there there's advanced keyboards that you can program what happens when the key gets pushed down and also when the key comes back up. So you can have two functions in one key effectively, basically getting it to double click. I feel like that's a thing you can do on a lot of keyboards. Dodge bullets IRL while playing an FPS game. Yeah, I don't know about that. I've seen people, or videos of people where they have the full VR setups, where they actually have the setups where you get the little shoes on those kind of smooth pads, so you can actually walk in the VR, so you can play shooters and stuff. And something like that seems kind of neat. I just want the tech to become more advanced, so it's less expensive and less cumbersome. It can be expensive, you're looking at $2,000 for a setup of something like that, which I don't think is that crazy. Obviously that sounds expensive to many, but you got to compare it to buying one of those full body VR setups would be like buying a jet ski. You know what I mean? Which is dramatically more expensive than $2,000. And that's kind of the way that I think about it in terms of your price range. Better augmented reality. No, I think VR could be good.
Bounce on the floor, then roll into a crack.
Want to exercise wouldn't be gaming? Hey man, that's why I play Pokemon Go. I gotta get outside. Like Ready Player One. I should probably either read the book or watch the movie. I've done neither. The gear becoming very popular. Racing sims and related gear. See, okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, Deadshot. Listen, I don't want people in my own chat lying to me. Racing sims? You think people are buying gear for racing sims? No, dude, they're buying that gear for the newest edition of Euro Truck Simulator. And then they drive that Euro truck all the way the fuck across Europe. For hours. I've seen it in action. And honestly, it does look kinda chill. Sit there and just drive the truck. I love Farming Simulator 22 and seeing the gear. Oh yeah, some people get the whole setups. I'm gonna be honest, it's one of those things that's I'm trying to imagine how somebody from 100 years ago would feel
Surely it will be useful in the struggle.
about the idea of somebody playing Farming Simulator, the video game.
Do
But honestly, I don't know. I don't think it matters. I think they'd just be like freaking out and losing their minds at like most future tech and not really give a shit if somebody's playing farming sim. Nice, got it. I'm so good at use measure device. Mavericks. Oh yeah, we even got the symbol of Ravenkind. Nice. Do you remember when Standing Stone Games added skip cutscene to this? Holy shit, that was so good. Thank you. The SSG, that was such a huge W for SSG when they added the skip. Because they changed this quest, and then to make it so you had to do the thing, but then they added the... Oh, so good. Because I like the cutscene, I think it's cool, but not having to watch it every time to get gear when you're farming this quest makes it so much better. Like, we weren't even trying 5-minute quest. We were just walking through the quest, 5-minute quest. So beautiful. Read the book first, then watch the movie. I'm not as big fan of the movie plot, but the final battle was epic. Final battle? I recommend the movie. The thing is, between book and movie, I'm almost always going to choose movie, because not that the book can't be good, but it's mostly that just knowing myself, it's either I'm going to watch the movie or I'm not going to experience it at all. I am not a huge novel reader. Now, for the record, before somebody says, oh, not reader? Classic, gamer brain can't read for shit. I can read nonfiction. I just, for some reason, I find I lose interest in fiction reading really fast. Like, I like short stories. I've always liked short stories. So I have several like anthologies and stuff that I find are fun to read because the short story is like there's a beginning, middle, and an end, which I like. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we could just finish off Ravenloft. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Audiobook. Audiobook. You blew through it in a day? Yeah. I'm a slow reader, to be fair. Like, when I need to read quickly, I can read quickly, but I think on average I'm a slower reader. Because for me, I pretty much just, like, read the book out loud, for the most part. And so I always come up with, like, voices for all the characters and stuff.
To the loading dock. This must be Stefania Martikov, Davian's
I never bothered with before.
Please.
11 Reaper shards. Oh shit, that's so many. If you could skip the cutscene in Just Business, honestly, more though than skipping the cutscene in Just Business, let me just fucking Red Door Sharn. Let me Red Door Sharn, please. Let me Red Door Sharn. Way better. If I can enter Sharn quests out of order, I don't know. I would buy that. I would pay money to do that. Holy moly. Love this game, new to it. Thanks for running it. Yo, Yoshikami, I hope you're having a good day. I too love this video game. And if you're new to DDO, welcome. Enjoy your stay. We are currently out of pretzels, and we had some cucumber water. We're out of that. We did have like the bubbly. We're out of that. Diet Cola. We're out of that. But we do have, there's some puddles outside, so I can get you a glass and you can scoop up some water from one of the puddles outside and if you need something. A must buy off the DDO store. That's a great question. What is a must buy off the DDO store? I'm going to poll chat for this one because I'm pretty bad at knowing what the must buys are. Because for me, I've been playing this game since it's released. So my account got converted over when they went to free to play. So I don't know what a lot of the must buys even are. So I'm going to open that up to chat. Bunny Hood's not real. Anti-beholder crystals are not a must buy. So, okay, you guys are worse. Okay. General recommendation in terms of buying stuff in the game. If you really love DDO and you're gonna play it a lot, I would highly recommend the VIP subscription for 1 month, because the VIP subscription gives you access to all of the non-expansion content, which means you can do like millions of quests and run your way up to do whatever you want. You can pretty much do almost every quest in the game, which is pretty good. And the benefit of that is that the more quests you do, the more DDO points you get, because as you do more quests, you earn favor. And as you earn favor, that's how for every 25 of these total favor you get extra, or 100 favor, I think, you get 25 DDO points. So the more quests you can do, the more points you can earn. So doing the 1 month lets you play the game, try out a bunch of different characters, and kill a few weekends on it and really have some fun. And then when it's over, if you don't keep the sub, you still have a bunch of DDO points because you get like a first time sign up bonus or whatever. So you get like a bunch of points you can spend. So you can then buy quest packs, like the adventure packs, which is usually my recommendation as to what I think people should buy first. The more quest packs you have, the easier it is to level, and the easier it is to like get more DDO points, because the more quest packs you have, the more things you have to run, the more things you have to run, the more points you can earn, and so on and so forth. I will say one of the things I do agree with somebody else saying in here is the shared storage. Buying the lowest upgrade for shared storage is really nice, because there's a lot of items in this game that are bound to account, but you can only give them from one character to another by having like a bank you can transfer the items to. So for example, let's say you do a quest and you get an item, I can't attack. Why am I not attacking? Hello, video game? Let's say you get an item, like the weapon I'm using, Snowstar. Snowstar is bound to account, so I can use it on any of my characters on my account, which is really cool, but I can't like trade it to another player. It's locked to the account. By having the shared storage, I can transfer an item I get on one character to another really easily. So that is something that I can also recommend. Just one shared bank upgrade. Shared bank upgrade, just the first one, is great because you don't have to like fill it with stuff. You can even just use it as like an in-between. You know, so it's like, oh, I found, you know, you're doing a quest and you get a really cool sword. And you're like, dude, I would love to transfer this over to my other character. You just put in the shared bank, log out, log in your other character, and take it out of the bank. Very, very nice. Yeah, it's unfortunate. You cannot mail items like that. In Lord of the Rings Online you can, which is another game made by Sandstone Games, but you can't do that in this one. So for me, it would be one rank of shared storage for your account, and the rest of it would probably have to be quest packs, I think, for the most part. Also, pay attention for sales, because the sales change every Thursday, and whenever the sales come up, they usually have some good stuff on sale. Quest packs are pretty good for a sale, so you can always like that. What else is pretty good on that are on sale? What's on sale now? I don't even know. Also, Cerebria, yo, Megavanen. Is there aught what you need? What's up, Cerebria? How you doing? Welcome back. How's school? Tell me all about it. Okay, what do we got that's on sale? On sale right now, we have augment bags, character bank. Wait, is shared storage on sale right now? That's crazy. Yeah, also, we're on track. There is a good chance that at some point during this calendar year, they're going to give away all the quests for free because they haven't done it this year. And they have had a habit of doing that once every like 17, 18 months. And we're currently at, since last time they did it was March of last year, because it was PAX of last year. So we're right around 17 months since they last did it. So there's that. And also my phone apparently stopped telling me when you were streaming, just quite rid of it. It's okay, I haven't been streaming a whole lot. What I can say is that, because school's also been good, school hasn't really been so much hard, but I've just been making sure I like actually study and practice and practice and study and study and practice and practice and practice and study and study and study and practice. I've actually been doing some of the activities on stream. So I actually did one of my like practice quizzes on stream. So I'm probably going to be doing more of that on stream, by the way. So if you are interested in medical stuff,
blocking
see.
your path.
It's just fun. It's good for me, and it's just neat content. Miss the green dragon mount? Yeah. It's because the green dragon's also, he's a big boy. He's a thick boy. And it's a fun mount to have. There are a lot of mounts you can earn in this game for free without having to buy them. So, for example, the Halloween event, which starts in October, will feature earnable mounts in multiple colors, which is cool. They might even have a new mount this year. I don't think they're going to have a new mount this year, but they might. How are you running so fast? I have issues with other people's blood. Yeah. I'm going to have to learn phlebotomy so I can take blood from people. That reminds me, I need to set up my next blood donation appointment. How does rebirthing work? Rebirthing. What a way to call it. Traditionally called reincarnation. There's multiple kinds, but basically the idea is you set your character back to level 1, and then you get a little bonus that stacks. And the more you do it, the more bonuses you get. And the bonus you get is based on what you played. So, like, for example, if you play a sorcerer, who's like generally played as a damaging spellcaster, when you reset your character to level 1, you're going to get a bonus to damaging spells. And if you play fighter, like you said you're playing fighter right now, if you reset your character back to 1, you're going to get a bonus literally to fighting, because you get a bonus to your chance to hit and a bonus to the power of like your crowd control and special moves. So if you use like trip or whatever, if you reincarnate and set yourself back to 1, your trip is going to be 5% harder to resist because you played fighter already. And that's what's called a past life, where you get a bonus based on the past life of your character, which is why it's reincarnation. It's all about your characters being reincarnated into a new form. There is a limit on how much you can do that. You can only get 3 past lives from each source. So 3 fighter, 3 sorcerer, 3 wizard, 3 cleric, 3 barbarian, 3 druid, 3 etc, etc, etc. But don't worry, there's a lot. There's a lot. The nice thing about that is that you get more powerful the more you play. So the more time you invest, the more powerful the character is. But also, you can change it up all the time, which is what I do. I always play something different every time I reset my character because, like, I can. I love playing different stuff all the time. So, like, before this, I was playing as, like, a chaos sorcerer, and now I'm playing as, like, a shuriken thrower. And after this, I'm going to be going into a fire sorcerer. I know it sounds like two of the same things, but the fire character actually I'm very excited to play. It's going to have a slight different feature. Give me the blood, pulling the floor, but someone else with a big cut? Even a small cut? Yeah, I think I'm going to be fine with that. I'm not sure. I have to get to the phlebotomy section. I've never drawn someone's blood before, because that's not a thing you do most of the time. So we're going to see how that goes.
The chanting grows louder as you approach the crest of the hill.
Yeah, currently this character has 36 heroic past lives, 36 epic past lives, 44 racial past lives, and 10 iconic past lives. So many past lives.
Do not let them disrupt our ritual. Attack!
Recreational phlebotomy, yeah. It's not like, well, I'll be practicing because we're going to be doing labs. The fun part about it is that in the labs, we practice on each other. You that can't figure it out? Yeah, exactly. If you have people practicing on you that have no idea what to do. So we'll see. I am pretty good at having my blood drawn. Again, I try to donate blood very regularly because I'm O-negative. And for those of you that don't know, O-negative is a universal donor. Anyone can accept my blood. So I try to donate blood as often as I can. So that way, because it's also like not the most common blood type either. And so it's pretty much always in demand. Different blood types are in different demand depending on time of year and what happens and other stuff. But the blood type that is always in demand is O-negative. So I always try to make the trip down to the blood donation clinic and give them just a taste, you know, give them just a little bit of the blood. Now you might be like, why do you do that? I do that for, like I said, a few reasons. One, it's a necessary thing. You know, people need O-negative blood. It's good for the world and all that, so I try to do that. Number two, these rubes don't realize that when you go in and give blood, they give you free coffee, free pretzels, free Oreos. Okay, so I can sit down and I take a little thing of Oreos, and the guy goes, no, take 2 packs of Oreos, and then I grab pretzels, and the guy says, hey, did you also want a Nutri-Grain bar? Yeah, I want a Nutri-Grain bar. Of course I do. Who doesn't want a Nutri-Grain bar? Have yourself a little cup of coffee. Oh, so nice. And then my favorite part, something I do this is a me thing. This is for me personally. There's an Ottawa-based sandwich chain called Mr. Sub. And Mr. Sub is not as good as Firehouse Subs. But it's tasty, it's fast, and it's way less expensive than Firehouse. And so it's right next to the blood clinic. And so, because it's inconvenient for me to get there, so I almost never go to Mr. Sub. But since it's right next to it, I give blood, and then I get myself a Mr. Sub. Every time. It's just my ritual. I give blood, then I go Mr. Sub, get myself a sub sandwich, then I take it home, get home, eat the sandwich, and then usually take a nap. Chow down tomorrow after giving blood. I don't usually chow down a lot, but I do get Mr. Sub, always. Yeah, they want your blood, but I'm never work up the energy to do it. Yeah. Also, welcome back, Colt. Want to play Rogue? Rogue's really fun. I'm a huge fan of Rogue. One, because there's a lot of neat builds you can do with Rogue, which are pretty cool. Shader Kai, the iconic race, starts as a Rogue and has a bunch of really cool abilities, which are fun. When people subscribe to the stream, one of the sub noises is literally, oh, I'm a Rogue. And lastly, I am currently sponsored by Rogue Energy, which is a energy drink product I actively use, and I am a firm believer in.
A piece of parchment catches your eye in the ruins to the southwest.
I can still drink a fair amount of coffee, but, you know, I also drink a fair amount of Rogue Energy as well. I lose sneak attack damage. You can get around the sneak attack damage loss as long as you have, like, good use of Shiv and Shiv, Bluff, and Improve Feint. And Flask addictions? Exactly, that is correct. Yes, unironically, when you subscribe, you're helping out a struggling scholar. Somebody who is working to make the world a better place, one step at a time. By learning about things like apnea and lipoectasis.
The ward's magic fades, allowing you to explore further into the village.
I'm so itchy everywhere. Oh my god. And now donation. So yeah. I got dragged into DDO by a friend and have been playing Druid a bit. However, I'm not going to have as much time in the future. I've realized this game gets repetitive. Does free-to-play version require you to grind the same quest to level up? I think so, because there's like a million zillion quests in the video game. But obviously only a limited selection are free. And so to get more of them, you know, gotta buy them. However, you earn the points by playing the game. So if you technically don't actually have to buy anything. One of the other DDO live streamers, DeathATV, has never bought anything, and he owns all the content. It is a slow process, but it's technically possible. What is more common for a lot of people is they kind of treat it like a traditional MMORPG, where you kind of like either just buy the sub, or you put in like however many bucks a year, and then you own all the content. Here's what I will tell you though. Number one, around big events, there are big sales. So, for example, during the summer, they do the summer sales event. I know that's over. At the anniversary, they usually do big sales. Christmas time, big sales, that sort of thing, when they do sales. And they have, in the past, done an event where they give away pretty much all of the quests in the game for free as a permanent unlock on your account, as long as you're playing during that time. So, if you're new to DDO, and you do find it pretty repetitive, it may be the case where you kind of like bookmark it, and you say, okay, I'm going to come back and play DDO later, once you hear about that special quest code coming through. So you like hook yourself up as like a subscription to like something, and then you like wait for like that free code to come through. It's not guaranteed that they'll ever do it again, but they did it once and said they're never doing it again, and then they started doing it every 18 months or so, and it's literally the big Year of the Dragon thing, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did it again, but I can't guarantee you. Also, I have to ask, what is Pancratop related to the Yu-Gi-Oh card? Or is that another thing? Because it's the only time I've ever heard that. There we go. Ye old dino wrestler Pancratops.
Frantic cawing can be heard from a large clearing past the ruins of the mansion.
Alright, good to know. I still got it. Anyway. Would maybe choose the profession? So I did biochemistry in university. And so the medical field is something I've always found like kind of interesting. And so the reason why I decided to do medical lab work is because it's very directed. Like, it's very directed and results oriented. So the most important thing is precision, accuracy, consistency, and procedure. All things that I can do pretty well at, which is just do the same thing. Again, as somebody who spends a lot of time playing MMORPGs, which is just do the same fucking thing for 7 to 10 fucking hours over and over. Dude, I love Diablo 2. I love Diablo 2. You know what Diablo 2 is? Grind a zone for 10 hours, then turn the game off. It's fantastic. And so repetitive things like that, to me, I find very satisfying, very soothing. And so lab work is very repetitive because it's a lot of do the same thing. Here are samples, set samples, put in timer, blah, 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 do procedure, and you kind of just like repeat and do the same thing again and again and again. So that's the reason why I wanted to go into it. Plus also I find medicine just generally interesting. I follow a lot of medicine. I may or may not still have access to PubMed somehow. So I do enjoy reading like medical journals and stuff. Because it's fun to learn about what's going on in the world of medicine. I just always found it interesting. And I was like, why don't I just put that to good use? Plus, also, for me personally, I have always been an advocate for vocational schools because vocational schools teach you a skill which you can then use and apply in an area. And I'm like, if I tell people that they should go to vocational school instead of your more esoteric, like, universities, I should do that myself. So I was like, I'm going to do that. So I did. Yu-Gi-Oh players here. For the record, I wouldn't call myself a Yu-Gi-Oh player. I played Yu-Gi-Oh when it first released because I was like 11 or 12. So I did play it when it came out because the TV show came out and you got to get your Blue Eyes White Dragon, or you're playing on the playground and some dude, you know, you drew like your best hand, you feel it's amazing, and then the guy sitting across from you goes card destruction, and you're like, no, my beautiful hand. You're like, I only have one copy of Vampire Lord. What do I do now? I can't get it out. I can't get it out from the graveyard. And then I didn't play the game for like 100,000 years. And then, I want to say like a year and a half ago, or whenever Master Duel came out, I was like, ooh, Master Duel? I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in so long. This would be kind of neat. And then I proceeded to do the tutorial. And I was like, okay, I got this. Summoning, got it. Okay, this is the attack, got it. Defense, got it, no problem. Okay, there's fusion summon. Oh, there's something called XYS summon. That's really weird. You can XYS something. I don't know what that is. And then the game is like, okay, cool. Pick one of the starter decks. And there's a blue Link deck. And I was like, okay, Link cards seem kind of cool. I don't know. They're blue. They look kind of neat. So I clicked that one. And I did the little tutorial with it. And I was like, okay, cool. And so then I clicked casual mode to like queue up a game. And I lost 15 games in a row. With most games being a game where if I go first, I play a couple cards. And if I go second, I literally watch someone take an 8-minute fucking turn and then I lose.
Maybe a few
And I was like, I don't know about this. So I stopped playing entirely. And I just started just watching instead. So I started like watching the tournaments and stuff. Because I'm like, I can't deal with this. This is too much. So I've learned a little bit about what a lot of the cards do, but I haven't really played it. But I do know about Dino Wrestler Pankratops and a bunch of other cards. So I'm like familiar with a fair amount of the cards and the current cards that people use because I enjoy watching it. So I'll watch like the competitive formats of the tournaments and things like that. But I can't play it because I'm just like, it's the frustration. Dude, I don't know how anyone can play Yu-Gi-Oh. Just being to be totally honest with you, just the turn timer is insanity. Insanity. 8 minutes on Master Duel? Insane. It's so long. It's so long. I know it's not, I know, like the whole point is you can combo out and it's really cool and it's really unique. I'm not saying it can't be fun. I'm not saying people can't find it fun, but man, that turn timer. Going from like playing like Hearthstone or like, or Magic, where, you know, you have like 90 seconds to take your turn, to Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's like, hey, by the way, yeah, this guy's playing, like what's the strategy? He's playing like Rika or something. You're good. You can come back in like 8 minutes. Because the worst is like you play the game and you don't know what's going on. So you Google what's going on and you realize you have to have a hand trap to disrupt your opponent's plays. So then you go, okay, do I have a hand trap? Then you realize, no, all the hand traps are secret rares. You go, okay, great. So, all right, sure. So you're supposed to buy a bunch of packs to get your hand traps. So you get like 1 or 2 hand traps, and then you do your game. You don't draw a hand trap in the first turn, so therefore you can't do anything anyway. And you go, well, it is what it is.
You spot a grimy metal key on the ground nearby.
So yeah, it's like it was like the thought of having to be like, okay, I want to play the game, so I need to put like 3 infinite impermanences into my deck, and 3 ash blossoms, and 3 this and 3 that. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm good. Again, so watching it, I think is interesting. I think that there's a lot of concepts that are really cool in it, and the ways in which people will creatively put cards together is really cool. The concept of an eternal format is also interesting. It's daunting because there's like 30,000 cards you would have to learn, but you really don't need to know all of them. But again, it was kind of the limitation of like, if you don't need to know all of the cards because it's really not that important to know what your opponent is doing, because not all the game, it's not fair to say all the game, but a lot of the game felt more solitaire than anything else, where you're pretty much, you're playing one game, your opponent's playing the other game, and both players are just kind of hoping that their opponent doesn't disrupt their play. There's not really a lot of counterplay. Granted, there are obviously some decks that have like counterplay in the format, but where they're like interacting and there's a lot of interaction going on, but it is just a lot of strategies don't have that. And anyway, I just thought it was like maybe not the thing that I wanted to play myself, but again, learning about it is really interesting, and seeing the strategies other people use is interesting. Again, I found a lot of parts of it very, very appealing, except for the sitting down to play part. I don't think I will ever sit down to play another game of Yu-Gi-Oh! In my entire life, but I'll watch it. Did I enjoy Magic Arena? Yeah, I like Magic Arena. I think the only reason why I took a break from Magic Arena is because they announced that Standard was going to be extended to 3 years worth of cards. And with Standard being at 3 years, that means there's so many more cards that you just have to know that are in the pool. And so from my understanding, a lot of Magic players were excited about the extended Standard, like having more cards in the format. But as somebody who's new and getting into it, like there was kind of a point where, because it's a late stage card game, right? So all of the cards are very like self-referential or dense with like lots of card text or interactions you wouldn't like realize. So what became very quick when playing Magic Arena is that I would open a card pack and I would like read maybe 2 cards out of the card pack, and then I would realize I don't know what any of these cards do or how they're supposed to interact with one another, because maybe there's one in every like 6, like one card in every 6 packs will interact with another card directly. And so you open like a pack and there's one card here that you learn about, and then 3 packs later there's another card that interacts with that first card, but you've already gone through 28 cards in between, so you're trying to make the evaluation, and it becomes very hard at that point. So I enjoyed playing around with the starter decks. I found playing with the starter decks was pretty fun because it got me started. And so basically what I did is I played green-black a whole bunch, and then I took the green-black deck that I was running, like the starter deck, and then I swapped out some cards for things that I needed to change. So like, you know, get a little bit more draw here, there, or get a little bit more draw here, get some more, get a couple more legendaries, or like, you know, kind of get, instead of playing 1 or 2 copies of each card, maybe you should run 4 copies of some card. That's what a crazy thought. Get, what's that green card? Tear Asunder, which was not in my deck for some reason. And then I put Tear Asunder in my deck, and I literally upped my win rate by like 15%. As it turns out, being able to destroy enchantments is a really good idea. And artifacts. It's really nice. People who draw Ash, Nibiru, and Veiler are really skillful. Yep. The stuffs is nobody reads the damn cards. People get mad at you for not knowing a card never seen before does. Yeah. And that's the nice thing about the online game is at the very least, on the client, no one has to know what the cards do because the video game knows what the cards do. I couldn't imagine being like a judge for like a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament or whatever. So you're one of the judges and somebody calls out a card dispute and someone's like, hey, I'm supposed to do this. And someone else is like, no, I think this is how this works. And you're the judge who has to know how both cards work, which is a problem. But then also you have to sit there and then have the realization that neither player knows how the card works or what the interaction is supposed to do. So you're like, no, both of you are wrong. You're banned. Get out. Which is kind of funny. But yeah, it's a cool system. It's honestly, the older I get, the more I realize I actually just enjoy watching card games more often than playing card games. Because you kind of have to be into it. The same thing kind of happened with like Hearthstone for me. I played Hearthstone pretty consistently up through Descent of Dragons. And then, because Galakron is really cool. And then I believe after Descent of Dragons, it was the Boomsday project. And then during Boomsday is pretty much when I stopped playing. And then I came back to Hearthstone when they added the Death Knight class. I was like, ooh, Death Knight's pretty cool. But they got into the more like archetype-y style card design, where in like early Hearthstone, I would say the decks were like, I would call them like good card decks, where you would just put good cards. Like you would have combo pieces, but it would be mostly a lot of good cards with your combo pieces. Whereas the modern set of design is mostly archetype pieces and less good cards. And I feel like that's something that happens to a lot of card games as they get older, where you're kind of playing into the archetype as opposed to playing cards that have synergy. And what I mean by that, for those of you that don't play card games, is like, there's a difference between saying card A and card B work well together, so I'm going to use them both. There's a difference between that and card A is designed to work with card B, so you put them both in your deck, if that makes sense. It's like finding the secret synergy that is like, oh, you know, when somebody realizes that, like, if they have a card that can discard something, so it's like, oh, you can destroy a creature, but then you have to discard a card from your hand, but then there's a card that when it gets discarded has a bonus, but they were designed at, like, different sets or at different time frames, and you're like, ooh, if I have this card in my hand, I actually get a bonus, so maybe I should put that in my deck, versus you know, the archetype where the whole point is some cards discard and some other cards have bonus effects when they get discarded, and you're supposed to put all those cards in the same deck, and that's how it's supposed to run. It makes sense because they give you a pre-built deck because you feel like it's easier to understand and get into, kind of, but it also, I don't know, there's just something about the way that the play pattern feels where it feels like you're playing, like, you are rewarded for knowing what other people are playing in a sense that you're rewarded for knowing what the deck is supposed to do. As opposed to knowing what you're, like, playing off what your opponent does, you're rewarded for knowing what the opponent is going to do. And then you are punished for when somebody does something that's outside of the curve, which just feels kind of wacky. It's just weird. Complexity's gotten out of hand. Yeah, it can be. Again, but I think it's just the nature of any card game. Like, I have Magic cards on my desk because I was given these Magic cards by a friend of mine. And, like, most of these cards are, like, fairly straightforward, but I bet you there's probably cards in here that are, like, I don't know, combo cards and stuff. Where it's like, oh, this card released to design with this other card. Oh, I have a Yu-Gi-Oh card. I have the Atomic Firefly. I don't know what this does, but it was in the Magic card pile. What are you going to do?
The instant
moment you touch the hilt of the dazzling weapon, you realize that this is the weapon that could slay Strahd. That this is the key to ending his
Game we play
dominion.
these days is Legends of Terra. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. The only card game I play is Slay the Spire, and Slay the Spire kicks ass.
Forgotten.
Huge fan. What an amazing video game. What are the next set of quests called? These are the 12s in I haven't played enough DDO. I'm forgetting the name of the quests. Oh my god. Peril quest. Peril of the Planar Eyes quests. Slay the Spire. Wait, did Slay the Spire release an expansion? I know they released like a tabletop game, I'm pretty sure. And I'm pretty sure they were making Slay the Spire 2. But I'm not sure about an expansion. I don't remember. I haven't heard about that. By an opponent by lining the field with motorcycles. Yep. Oh, fan expansion. No, I haven't played any of like the modded content. A lot of the modded content that I've seen though, because I've seen like videos and stuff online, a lot of the modded content looks pretty cool. Of people like making custom like relics and stuff. Downfall is very difficult. So the highest I think I've done is Ascension 11. So I don't think I'm ready to play a really hard mod. Again, it's a game I enjoy, but I only have 53 hours in it, so I'm working at it. I just enjoy playing like all the characters. So like I think that what a lot of people will do is they'll find a character that's their favorite and then they'll play that one only. But I'll like lose a run on one character, and then I'm like, okay, time to play the Silent this time. Time to play the Defect, and I just go from one to the next. But in reality, what you should do is just like slam one until you finish it. But yeah. I think also a big part of it is that,
Now that you've reached the Sulatar ruins, you can search for the Eye of Kithrin.
in terms of like, I wouldn't say my enjoyment, but the way I've played. Sometimes I like fundamentally misunderstand some of like the good systems that are in it. Like, for example, on the Ironclad, I'm going to be honest. What's that card? The card that's like gain 9 block exhaust a card. I thought that card was really bad for a really long time. Turns out it's actually very good. And then I started using it, and I started playing around with exhaust more, and I was like, oh, this is actually great. So, yeah. Yeah, True Grit. Yeah. Yeah. There's me playing Slay the Spire the first time thinking True Grit is bad. Just keep attacking, man. Just keep attacking. You're good. That, and also, I do not know how to beat Time Eater whenever I play Silent. I have no idea how to do that. Because I feel like almost every time I play the Silent, I have like a deck where I can draw my entire deck in one turn. And then you come against Time Eater, and it's like, play 12 cards, lose the game. And you're like, I gotta go. How do I get out of this lobby? How do I turn this off? Poison stack? Oh yeah, probably. But for some reason, I will admit, I probably get too many shivs when I play the Silent. I probably go shiv way too often. Yeah. Yeah, getting what's that one? Is it Blur? Is the one where you can keep your block for the next turn? Getting blur is probably a good idea. I find also, Ironclad, I get baited very often into taking the powers. I take powers way too often on Ironclad. Because I'm like, okay, but this time Demon Form is going to be good. This time I'm going to get the Demon Form Dream. I'm going to play it on turn 1, and I'm going to get so much strength. And then I draw the Demon Form, and I can't play it. I can't play it, dude. Can't play the Demon Form. It's a bad turn. So it goes back in the deck. And then I draw it again. Can't play the Demon Form. Goes back in the deck. Poor Demon Form. Whirlwind only chat. It's a good idea, honestly.
You don't want powers? I'd love any power. You're ridiculous.
True. I think it's because I'm too used to playing, like... I like the defect, where every single time I see defragmentation come up on my screen, I'm like, ooh, defragmentation. And I take it every time. I don't even know if it's good or bad. I assume it's very good, but I don't even think about it. I just take it every time. The skill that double strength and the boosting one when enemy attack? Yeah. How's school? School's good, man. School's fantastic. I'm doing really good. I've been spending a lot of my time studying, so again, I apologize for not streaming as much. It's really important to me that I do well here. And so that's why I'm just, like, really focused. So I have been doing a lot of studying as opposed to other things. But on the flip side of that, I will say it's been good. I've been learning a lot. I feel like I'm doing well. I'm basically top of my class, which is really nice. Because I've been pretty much #1 on every single test that we've done so far, which has been good. And by pretty much #1 on every single test, I mean I have gotten #1 on every test, which is good. So I'm feeling good about the future and things in the class. Also, we've done some of the activities here on stream. It turns out that some of my coursework can be, not coursework, but some of the practice assignments and things are using a program called Kahoot that I had never heard of. And Kahoot, for those that don't know, is basically like Jackbox, but for learning. So you literally just like go on your phone and you can sign up. So we've done Kahoot on here, which was actually kind of fun. And some people enjoyed it. I think there were 8 people in, and it's neat. So I'm probably going to do more of those on stream to like practice and learn better some of the different things. So I'll probably do 1 or 2 every single day that I stream. Just like 1, because it's good for me, because I need to learn this stuff. And I know it's fun. For those of you that are older and you don't know what it's like to go to school nowadays with the young people. Another game that I've been meaning to stream that I haven't had a chance yet is Nightmare Cart. So I'd love to stream Nightmare Cart at some point. Oh, unrelated. Reminder. Friday. For those that don't know, the new season of Rings of Power comes out this Friday, the 29th. Okay? Wait, it comes out the 29th? That's Thursday. Fuck. I can't stream Thursday. Whatever. It comes out this week. We're going to be watching it as a group this Friday. So this Friday, we will be watching the new season of Rings of Power, the first episode, this Friday, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So if you want to watch the Rings of Power with other people, this Friday, 8 o'clock, here on the stream. It's posted in the Discord on the schedule, so we will be watching it. And if you're like, I didn't like Season 1, or I've never seen the show, if you're bored, you just watch the thing. Just come tag along.
You can feel the rumble of uncontrolled chaos
because we watched Season 1 here, and it was a blast. It was so fun to watch.
Why is it Rings of Power? Why not like Big Ass Flail or Great Sword of Power?
I don't know. Well, in the movie, Sauron's smacking people with a big ass flail. In the beginning of the first movie, and like they're all trying to stand up against Sauron, and he's got the big flail, and he's just knocking guys left and right. Is Jeff Bezos cool with it? Yeah. So it's what's called a Amazon Watch Party, where basically you have to have Amazon Prime, but if you have Amazon Prime, you key into the Watch Party, and then we're all linked up to the same stream.
You learn
And it's a group
that the
watch.
levitating stone, known according to Caleb, Clarissa Boromar made
Well,
it
season 1
as a
was really boring. Here's what I'll say if you haven't seen the TV show yet. My review of season 1 is that it is the best looking TV show ever created. No TV show has ever looked better than this TV show. I don't know how many visual effects artists had to die to create this piece of art, but oh my god, the show looks so pretty. It's like the Avatar of TV shows, okay? It looks really, really good. It's kind of boring. It was kind of boring, gonna be honest with you. Not a lot happens. Some of the characters are pretty boring. Pacing is pretty bad. Yeah, not a lot goes on for a show that's based on Lord of the Rings. It's not like it needs to be action all the time, but like, again, some of the pacing is bad. The cinematography is kind of lazy in a lot of places, like kind of noticeably, like almost every scene is like shot reverse shot of how the characters are talking. Almost everything you're supposed to look at, like almost every single thing that is meant to be in frame is in the center of the frame. Which for those, so like, you know, they didn't take a lot of time with actually making like everything on the screen look good. It's just pretty much what you're supposed to be looking at any individual moment. And yeah, it was just kind of boring. That being said, the last episode was very good. And the second season trailer honestly looks better than the entire first season and has more action than the entire first season in its entirety. So I'm stoked. It was dumb. Actor kept saying stuff that made no sense at all. I mean, again, I'm not a huge Lord of the Rings lore guy. Like, I know the story, but I'm also okay with people writing stories that are based in the universe that don't necessarily have to be canon and line up with the direct thing. So there's that. Yes, you need to have Amazon Prime to be able to join in for the watch party. I mean, I can't stop you from finding a way to watch the television show somehow. Maybe you're looking at Amazon Prime through your neighbor's window with binoculars. Maybe you went on the computer and you found the TV show somewhere on the computer and it just didn't happen to be directly on the website Amazon Prime Video. I don't know. And then when we watched it, you waited till we started and then clicked start at the same time and you were in sync. Again, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't know anything about that. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know how you got into my house. All I'm saying is you do need Amazon Prime to key into the watch party. That's all I'm saying. Is there AoE in this build? No. There is single target, though. Do you want single target? Look at it. Look at it go. Look at my attacks.
This feather may have belonged to Danis Durpin.
I know they did the show, but I enjoyed The Hobbit. Yeah, so for me, again, I liked a lot of the characters in the TV show.
Or is he not so innocent after all?
The new elf they introduced, Arondir, is very cool. I really like the characterization of Arondir. He's pretty cool. I like the Southerlings or whatever, like the Southern men. I think a lot of them are like there's some interesting characterization, and the kid seems kind of cool. I liked Galadriel's characterization, where she is like, no nonsense, I'm going to kill everybody. I don't know, there's something very refreshing about that, where she's like very determined and wants to do stuff. Pretty much every single scene with Elrond and Durin is amazing. Every single scene with the two of them is a masterpiece and beautifully done. In fact, pretty much every scene with Durin is just great. I have no complaints about any of those. And all of the Númenóreans are so boring that they don't need Ambien. They can completely discontinue that line of drugs. Just put on all the scenes with the Númenóreans and people will fall asleep instantaneously. Númenor looks amazing. The Númenóreans, so boring. I don't know what. Elendil's supposed to be interesting and cool. Garbage. Isildur! Stupid, dumb, useless. So boring. Yeah. Reincarnation, I quit like 6 months ago. Is there any way to play a new character? I have 2 lives on this character already. I mean, yeah, you just make a new character. You can do that. If you want to just reincarnate right away, it's called an autos box, baby. It's $60, and it's only available some parts of the year, not all the time.
Knew how to disable the security mechanisms around the Eye of Serania.
Yeah, Arondir is great. One of my favorite scenes is when Arondir realizes, like, he's like, oh, we got to do something. We got to take control of the situation. And the guy goes and they're like got captured by the orcs or whatever, and he's like they're like all the elves are chained up, and he's like, nah, screw this, and he decides to go Kratos with the chains and starts killing everybody. Dude, that scene was so sick. His character is both interesting because he has a lot of interesting like personal dilemmas in terms of like his desire to stay like in Middle Earth and the other things that are going on. Like, I think his character is really interesting, and the decisions he has to make are interesting. And he also has the coolest fight scene in the entire show,
Appears out of nowhere and conjures a magical portal.
which I'm okay with because elves can do all kinds of wacky bullshit. Like, if you watch The Hobbit, you saw Legolas friggin' running up bricks, so I'm like, it's fine.
As you look around, you don't see anything resembling a magical levitating
Druid
stone.
pops off. Standard druid, spellcaster druid, or melee druid.
At least of this particular crime.
Your character, in my opinion? Yeah, her character is fantastic. And there's going to be a lot more of her because Season 2 is going to feature the Fall of Moria, which I'm very excited for. As a certified Moria enjoyer, I am stoked for the Fall of Moria. Oh, don't watch the trailer then. Lightning and Cold. Cold Druid kicks on at 15. At 15, you become God. And you are unstoppable. Unstoppable God. Until then, it's okay. When you get to 13, you get Firestorm. And so you can just run Firestorm until you get to 15. You're the little flat earthers. I mean, to be fair, we don't know that Middle Earth isn't flat.
There are kobold footprints all over this place.
No one does.
You're up to something. And that suggests Aether
Yeah.
Fickleberry is involved.
Well, it's supposed to happen in the Third Age. I think they're being a little fast and loose with when the things are happening, and they're just truncating a bunch of events together.
Eye of Serania. Aether unleashes his
So,
kobold
here's my
father.
thing. Okay. This is my interpretation of it. Alright. And so you can disagree with me all you want. Here's my interpretation of the story. Alright. Because people have noticed Gandalf's positioning is a little wacky. The Númenóreans and the Hobbits' positioning is a little wacky in terms of the timing. And I recognize that that's likely true. But here's the thing. Okay.
You hear a
Here's the thing.
dulcet chime as the binding enchantment unravels.
The story of The Lord of the Rings
A portal blasts
is
open
written
painfully.
by Bilbo, canonically. So what you learn about the elves, you learn from that. The Silmarillion is a story written by the elves. In my mind, since both the Silmarillion and the Lord of the Rings, and the Hobbit to an extent, I guess the Lord of the Rings is written by Frodo, but the Hobbit, since those 3 stories are written by in-universe characters, my thought process is that it is possible for the narrator of those stories to be fallible. They may not remember all of the stories perfectly. And so if we're looking at a time scale of like 10,000 years and an event moves 100 years forward in time or 100 years backwards in time by another narrator telling a similar story, I don't really have an issue with that. For me personally, I don't have an issue with that, but I can understand why people would. Because in my mind, you know, some of the story might be incorrect depending on the teller, like how much you can trust the teller.
The Eye of Irian is reported to
Is there an easier way to do a druid build than respec at 15? Not really, honestly. Because, like, what level are you right now? You don't mind me asking, Firebirdie? So I can give you, like, some pointers. That might help you with your druid problem. Second fall, the dwarves of Hobbit retook Moria. No, they took Erebor. Four? Oh, get to level 5. All you need is Call Lightning Storm spell-like ability. Get to Call Lightning Storm spell-like ability, you'll be fine. Maximize, Empower, Quicken, Call Lightning Storm spell-like ability.
You found the first crest. No doubt more searching will turn up the others.
Correct. In the non-canon... I'm going to say non-canon, but questionably canon, Lord of the Rings Online. And I'll answer questionably canon in a sec. The dwarves of the Blue Mountains do attempt to retake Moria, and they succeed in setting up many camps within Moria, at which point, after the fall of Sauron, the dwarves are pushed out of Moria and lose their foothold, with almost everyone dying. At which point, the dwarves of the previous dwarves of Moria, those that are living, rejoin Durin the Seventh in his conquest to take Gundabad back from the orcs. And they take back Mount Gundabad. That's what happens in the video game. The reason why I say questionably canon is because in the TV show, which is, again, also not canon, or questionably canon, or whatever you want to call it. It's not the Lord of the Rings book, okay? It's not the Lord of the Rings book. In the TV show, Isildur has 2 childhood friends in the show. Sec here. Someone's defending me. He has 2 characters in the show. Is there not a link to Rings of Power on here? I guess there isn't a link to Rings of Power. Oh, there is. And he has his friend Valandil and Ontimo are the 2 friends of Isildur. Now, Valandil and Ontimo are not characters from the Lord of the Rings story. They're not characters from the Silmarillion. They're not characters from anything. They are characters that are Numenorians that were made up entirely for the TV show.
The elemental dissipates.
Or are they?
Magical barrier
in the Lord of the Rings Online, Isildur has 2 friends, Valandil and Ontimo. So it looks like the writers of Rings of Power took the names of those characters and literally transplanted them in the show. They were like, we like this. And they just shoved it in. It's kind of neat. What build is this? This is Throw Shuriken. Shuriken Thrower. Throw Monk. Monk Thrower. Throw Monker. Monk Thrower. Microscale, get company that conflicts with other things to an extent that it doesn't make sense. Yeah, the best part about not knowing the story that well is I don't have to worry about those types of conflicts because I don't know the story well enough to get upset about it. Who has Hammercrest? Oh, definitely me. Yeah, once you get to level, once you get Call Lightning Storm, the spell, as well as Call Lightning Storm's spell-like ability out of the Nature or Season's Herald tree, those 2 spells will basically take care of all of your problems throughout the rest of the leveling process. Also, grouping helps out a ton. Just join a group and run around.
Open to you. A terrified scream echoes through the canyons.
Anyway, as I said, I'm not saying that the show is good. I'm not saying that Rings of Power Season 2 is going to be good. What I am saying is we're watching it this Friday. So if you want to watch it, this Friday, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. We will be watching it as a group. I'll be streaming other stuff before then, but we'll be doing that at that time. I thought this was a horrible leveling build. It is. It is a horrible leveling build. But I can make bad decisions. A lot of range. There's a lot of range desync in DDO with pretty much any ranged weapon. So yeah.
Echoing down the tiled halls.
Yep. That's right. I will play the Shuriken Thrower, so you don't have to play the Shuriken Thrower. He's insane at leveling. Yeah, so Blightcaster, super fucking good. Warlock, very, very good. Just super easy leveling. Dragon Lord demolishes the entire video game. Huge, absolutely huge. For me personally, every spellcaster is good. Wizard's good, Sorcerer's good, pretty much all the spellcasters are good. Alchemist, kind of. Alchemist is kind of good.
For many long years,
the thing about Alchemist is that it is good, but asterisks, it takes like, there's like a couple of details that make it a lot easier. And it's a little slow for like the first couple of levels. Basically, until you get to level 3, your character isn't there, and you're mostly having hirelings do the game for you. Wizard need a few levels to pop off. Yeah, you need level 3. Pretty much every spellcaster sucks until you get to level 3, 4, or 5. Because spells are inherently, level 1 spells are bad pretty much across the board.
charge is now yours.
Like, if you haven't played a lot of spellcasters, every spellcaster in the game feels bad till 3, 4, or 5. Sometimes 6. And the reason is because first level spells, you gotta think of, like, in the world of magic, right? We think about, like, magic directly. If you go to magic school and you learn first level spells, you're not learning, you know, fucking thermonuclear fireball. You're learning shocking grasp, where you gotta touch a guy and you do a little bit of damage. So the range sucks, the damage sucks, the targeting sucks, it's not area of effect. But then once you get to, like, level 3 on Wizard, well, now you have Scorch. Scorch is you hold your hand out and then fire comes out. It's pretty sick. You know what happens when you get level 5 Wizard? Fireball. Fireball good. Level 7, Acid Rain. Level 9, Cone of Cold. Level 11, Chain Lightning. The spells just get better and better. Yeah, but your level 1 and 2 on every spellcaster in the game is basically rough.
As though you were floating just above the ground.
It is what it is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He just reset it. Alright, I'll do it.
You instinctively let out a sigh as the last... At first, you feel a sense of calm and relief. Yet that relief quickly turns to dread.
Your job is to nuke? Yep, you just gotta get past the first couple levels.
You blink awake.
Yeah, Wizard and pen and paper, you know what you do on most turn? You use a crossbow.
Seeking your advice. I'm on my Hawk lives and have already done Frenzy and your Bear Druid builds.
Okay.
What's a strong Hawk build that's not Bard/Bear? Thank you.
Dragon Lord. Just go play two-handed fighter Dragon Lord, get the dragon shout that stuns everything, and go crazy.
I suppose you
Dragon Lord.
just leave my subjects in the thralls of their sweet dreams.
Take the two-handed fighter Dragon Lord that I wrote, and just play it as a half-orc. You'll be happy. Most people on tabletop play spellcasters to nuke. That is correct. At like level 2, 3, 4. At level 1, fighter kicks so much ass, and wizard sucks.
All these years, you managed to defeat them? How exciting! Well then, come find me if you must.
Does he just inflict his AoE on them? Yeah, Alchemist really, it's at 3 it feels good. Level 1, it's slow, because you just don't have enough damage. Because Alchemist doesn't get one of those items that gives you +1 caster levels, unfortunately. Should be kind of cool.
The floor gives way. You plunge down into a shaft filled with the monastery's
Innard and Duo Linged. It's nice to see you're still streaming. Is it nice? Are you trying to butter me up? Butter me up like some big old lobster you're gonna shove into your gob? Is that what's happening here? Ridiculous.
You catch your breath after the difficult climb. Taking a look around, you spot unseen.
True, yeah, true. Assume butter, yeah. It's a fair call.
Surely one of these doors must lead to the chapel where the eye awaits.
You know the other aspect of Spellcaster? I'm glad pen and paper and RPG allowed me to enjoy those. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because like DDO has a fair number of different types of spellcasters, because you can have the CC casters, you can have the instant kill casters, you can have the big blasty casters, you can have like hybrid casters where you're doing like healing and supporting. Like one of the reasons why I enjoy Spellslinger Bard so much is because you've got some damage with like your shouts, but you've got your mass heals, you've got heal the spell for direct single target, you've got crowd control, you got buff spells. You kind of do a little bit of everything. Are you trying to, I can't believe it's not butter me up. I'm going to be honest. So I thought I can't believe it's not butter was just margarine. It's not. It's like a butter substitute, which I did not realize for a very long time. Also, I can't believe it's not butter. Trying it as an adult blows. It's way worse than both margarine and butter. Did I go over tomorrow's patch notes? Yeah, it's basically just a bunch of bug fixes. A bunch of bugs, and also the map is going to display all the stuff you wanted to display in Mithranor. So the bug fixes are like quest bug, quest bug, quest bug, quest bug. The only major changes I would say is, yeah, the Mithranor map is going to look nicer. And is there anything else important happening in the patch tomorrow? I don't think so. Oh, and Tabaxi's icon is going to work. Did pre-buff to tackle the harder difficulty? Oh, yeah. Yeah, buffing is something they've tried to get out of a lot of more modern games.
This door is blocked by a tangle of flowers and vines.
Which I'm kind of like on the fence about. I don't know how I feel about it. It's because, like, I do like the element of buffing in older games where you throw on protective spells to keep yourself alive. But the problem I find is that the main consequence of buff spells
From this vantage point,
is that your character, if you're buffing, has way more strength than if you don't. And so it makes situations where you get caught off guard intensely frustrating from a player perspective. Like if you need like 5 different spells, like let's say you're playing a wizard, right? And you're like, okay, well I'm going to cast Blur, I'm going to cast Mage Armor, I'm going to cast Shield, I'm going to cast, you know, Displacement, I'm going to cast Haste, I'm going to cast, I don't know, just trying to think of other spells, Fire Shield. Like you're going to cast a bunch of spells, right? And then if you get to do that, then you can go and actually like play the game once all your buffs are up, which is great. But then without them, you're missing so many stats. So many stats. And whereas in a lot of modern games, because like especially like you look at 5th edition where you can't concentrate on more than one spell, so the buff spells can be a little bit more powerful because almost all of them require you to concentrate. It means that, you know, instead of spending time buffing before a combat, you might prepare a mechanical change. So you might be like, oh, we're going to set a physical trap or something, or come up with a plan, but it's not really the buffing that comes into it. That being said, is that better? I also don't think that's necessarily better either, because a lot of the buff spells end up just being like there's 1 or 2 ones that are like insanely really good, and they have the same problem where like having the buff makes you super duper strong and not having it makes you pretty weak, but it's now in one buff instead of multiple, and you lose it really easily, so I don't know. It's hard. I'm not sure what the answer is. Cappies and Lutro had a buff stick. Everybody had buff sticks. I'm glad they got rid of that. The new legendary system is really good.
This is what you chose?
And new captain is so powerful. The patch tomorrow is buffing blue captain again, which is nice.
Power flows into the signal.
Difficulty is basically stat bloat. I still haven't finished Wrath of the Righteous. I will eventually. Look, man, I'm in Act 3. I've already put 81 hours in the game. I'll beat it eventually.
You drop down into the Twilight Chapel. Mother Ashira's dusty, desolate.
And Yellow Cappy was bad. Yellow Captain is fine right now. It's not the best, but it's perfectly fine. People don't use Yellow Captain that much because it doesn't provide a lot of damage. It's really defensive and it's tanky, but it doesn't provide like a lot of external damage. Whereas, although they could probably do that if you're running the red banner. Whereas like Guardians get they debuff the enemy's crit defense, and they also apply Breaking the Ranks, which is a 30% damage buff. Brawlers get the best defense, which is a 15% damage buff they can put out for the raid, as well as Gut Punch, which increases damage taken by 10%. So they have every class has damage amps, all the tanks, except for Captain. Captain doesn't amp damage unless you get Red Banner, and Red Banner doesn't stack with Red Banner. Red Banner doesn't stack with Lordmaster Circle. Red Banner doesn't stack with Mariner's Call the Banners of War. And so it gets kind of complicated. It also doesn't help the fact that the current expansion's content is burst damage, so you want all of the stacking damage modifiers, because the boss, you only have 15-second windows, so it doesn't matter if you can stack, it's I can do banner and then the next banner. Each banner lasts 15 seconds, so you only get one. It doesn't matter that you could have 30 seconds of it. It doesn't matter. You only need one.
As you blink awake, the Eye of Dalquor sighs.
Well,
They'll end up the group and started taking the game too seriously. Yeah, I've been there. I've definitely had that issue where people kind of get really incensed with the game.
Here you stand. I suppose my reign over this monastery has come to an end. Drained of power yet again. For the moment, at least. You have managed to break the spell and cure these monks of their peaceful sleep. Yet I still live. And I still dare.
I like that the DM text is still going. Act 3 is where the power trip starts if we build our characters correctly. So something I will say that they do excellent in Wrath of the Righteous, and more video games need to do, there are optional extreme difficulty bosses littered all over the game. I fucking love that in an RPG. Because it means that if you want to try to throw your face against it or come up with a strategy, you can fight the insane difficulty monster, or you can go, I don't need the sword or whatever, and walk away. Or I don't need the solution to this problem. It is perfect. Because you can have the game be the right difficulty, and then have these bursts of extreme difficulty. One of them is inside Dresden, which is one of the cities that you have to go into. In Dresden, there's a room where you fight the smith, the guy that's brother of the evil dwarf. Anyway, Staunton Vane, his brother. Anyway, you fight him, and then there's two ways you can leave. You can either go to the west and go progress through the rest of the castle, or you can walk down from the forge, and there's another room where there's a summoning circle going on. The summoning circle literally summons a level 28 demon. And so it's really hard for your level 7 party to handle that. I couldn't beat it, but I don't have to beat it because it's optional. So I can just either look up and figure out a guide or come up with a strategy, or I can go, you know what, this is too hard for me, and just ignore it, and I don't have to worry about it. And it's kind of nice. It gives you the option to do some content or not some other content, depending on what you personally think is interesting to you in that moment. And I really like that style of design. Personally, I like it. I think that style of design is really good.
But there's loot there. What if you need the loot later?
Well, then I'll go get it later. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. And there's nothing like that in Baldur's Gate 3, which is unfortunate. Because everything in Baldur's Gate 3 is designed to be completed on your average run. So you'll find areas that are harder in the sense that there might be a boss fight that's harder for your particular group or something. But there is nothing that will ever kill you, in the sense that it's going to be borderline impossible without a major strategy shift in Baldur's Gate 3. Which again, I don't necessarily have a problem with either. I think they're both fine. They're both different ways to design the game, and I think they're both acceptable. But I very much enjoy having that optional challenge. It's the same thing in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. There I am, monkeying about, fighting some bad guys in a cave, and then I get a spot check or a perception check that goes off, and I find that there's a crevice across a large gap. So first you got to make the athletics check to jump across the gap. You jump across the gap. Then after you jump across the gap, you then have to make there's a squeeze check to be able to squeeze your way through the hole. And when you squeeze your way through the hole, on the other side is a fucking retriever. So just underground, there's this level 18 demon that's just behind this wall. And you don't have to go there. You had to make a check to even know that it's over there. You had to make 2 checks to get to there. And then once you get there, it's entirely optional fight. So fortunately for me, I saved beforehand. Because it, like, one-shot 2 of my guys in turn 1. I was like, whoops. But, again, for me, I find that silo design is it's kind of fun. I don't know. It's like this optional thing that you can do if you want. And I think that's really, really, really great. You don't have to do it. No one's forcing you to do it. But if you decide to, you can have a good time. Like the Mother Dragon? Yeah, it's like the Mother Dragon, yeah. Leveling up provides less of a power boost, for example, lack of base attack bonus. Yeah, kind of. It's hard to say. I think you can still have that sort of design in Baldur's Gate 3. I think that encounter design is not necessarily dependent on the base game system. I think you can have a challenging encounter regardless, and you can tweak the numbers. I don't think it's going to be that impossible. Again, like I'm currently running a campaign in which I have like a custom rule set where I have a whole bunch of house. It's 5th edition, but it's a whole bunch of house rules, and then I wrote all of the character classes so that my players are playing character classes that I wrote. So none of them are based off of the original base class thing, and so even with that much of a step outside the rules in terms of like, going away from it, it's challenging, but you can still make difficult fights that you're trying to do. Issues that could potentially lock the player out with the corruption system. Yeah, I found the corruption system kind of sucks, so I got a mod that gets rid of that. I just didn't like it. So I didn't like the overworld mechanic. So for my Wrath of Righteous playthrough, I've got a mod that turns off the corruption system, so I don't have to deal with it. And I have a mod that makes it so I auto win all the battles. So I don't have the overworld battles, whatever they call it, the Heroes of Might and Magic stuff, because that's not why I play the game. I don't play an adventure game, so I just have the army simulator just taken care of. The reason why I have it auto win is because if you let the game do it for you, because you can have the game automate it, but if you have the game automate it, then there's like quest lines you miss out on, and I didn't want to miss out on the quest lines, so instead I just downloaded a mod that allowed me to never lose, so I can always deal with this stuff. Oh, and lastly, I got a mod because there's one downside, which is that if you do all of the battles quickly in the war, and you're winning the war, and then you don't do a lot of battles for a while, your morale starts to go down because you're not winning any more battles. And then as a result, because you're not winning any more battles, your morale goes so low, your production goes down, and now you can't actually get the resources you need to build the specific things for some of the quests. And I'm like, that's dumb. If we're winning the war, why is my morale going down? So I just got also a mod that makes it so your morale never goes down. And I don't care. I'm very happy about all 3 of those decisions. It worked really, really well. Great video game. Like, I didn't want to do the overworld Heroes of Might and Magic sort of nonsense. But you know what I did want to do? That's right. Hey, everybody. It's time to end the live stream. I hope you guys have been enjoying yourself. I hope you had a good time. We will be back on my schedule. When did I say on the schedule? We will be back. Stream schedule. Oh, Thursday. I'm streaming Thursday. So we'll be back Thursday after I'm done school. So I will be back. So I'm streaming Thursday and Friday this week. Thursday, we're just going to be hanging out, playing some video games or whatever. Friday, DDO. And remember, Rings of Power at 8 o'clock. So if you want to watch the show with me, please tune in at 8 o'clock for Rings of Power. And that's pretty much it. That's all I got going on. As I said, pretty much every single live stream, we're going to be doing one of those like fun school activities that I've got. So if you want to learn something, hang out and tune in. And yeah, it should be a good time. Appreciate you all for tuning in. You're all fantastic. I'm still so grateful that even though I've been taking breaks for my own personal well-being, I've been trying to make sure I'm like studying, staying focused, staying on top of stuff, exercising, eating well, doing the things I'm supposed to do, and just trying to like stay focused. I'm very lucky to have a community of kind and intelligent and funny and interesting people who want to tune into the dumb shit that I have to say on the regular. So that's very kind. I appreciate all of you, and I'm excited for the next live stream, which we'll be doing soon. My next exam is next Wednesday, so hopefully I'll be good for that. It's September 4th is my next exam, so hopefully it'll go well. I don't know if it will go well, but I'm going to try. Yeah, and Horse and Bobby. Yeah, true. Yeah, and Horse and Bobby. Yeah. True. Big true. True if big. Big if true. Big if true. Oh, I forgot to post the last live stream on the Streams YouTube channel. I'm an idiot. It's literally already uploaded and everything is done. All the metadata is done. I just got to post it. Well, after this stream is over, I'm just going to be posting that there. So you'll have an extra stream in the VODs channel. Actually, can I do that live? I think I can do it live. Hold on.
Velp, it's the December 21st, 2012 of the live stream. Sag.
Oh god, I don't remember what that is, so I'm just going to assume that it's nothing bad. Oh my god, there's a trailer for Sonic 3? Oh fuck. Hold on. Abort mission. We gotta watch a trailer, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god. I was literally just loading this up. There's a trailer for Sonic 3. Oh my god. Alright. We're watching the trailer. For those of you who don't want to see the trailer, I don't know what to tell you. So, for future reference, the Sonic movies are not amazing, but they're also not bad, and if you have children, they're awesome kids movies, okay? They're just goofy, silly kids movies. They're kind of fun. I would give them like a 6.5. Like the first one I'd probably give like a 7. The second one I'd probably give a 6.5. It wasn't as fun, but it was still kind of fun. Yeah, it's just a good kids movie. It's a perfectly fine kids movie. There's nothing wrong with this. So that's why I enjoy it so much, because it's like a video game product that doesn't terribly suck. Anyway, Sonic the Hedgehog they're making a third one, dude. Holy shit-a-roly.
Sonic, you finally found your family.
Try to keep up.
I know it hasn't always been easy.
Oh my god, he's flying through space.
You are in here.
Yeah, in my lungs.
Or your heart.
Heart and lungs. That's right. Sega. Oh shit. Somebody's getting out of prison.
High-level security breach.
It's Shadow the Hedgehog, everyone's favorite character.
Team Sonic's immediate assistance.
Oh my god, Team Sonic? They have a team now?
Is far beyond anything we've ever encountered.
Oh shit.
Shadow's story began a lot like your Sonic. But where you found family.
You fell in love with a woman?
Shadow found only pain.
Oh no.
All right, we got a rope
So sad.
on the loose. How do we find it?
Start with a giant fireball?
I love it. Let's
Wait.
start with a giant fireball.
Are people gonna die in this movie? I assume people are gonna die in this movie because of the explosions.
He is much more impressive than the hedgehog I fought previously.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I'm standing right here.
I forgot Idris Elba plays Knuckles.
We don't want to fight you.
Actually, Sonic, I would like to fight.
No, no.
Oh shit. Ooh. That's not fair. Yo, Shadow's got all the anime moves. He's literally just teleporting behind him. Oh shit. I love this. I'm very excited.
He's too powerful.
Oh hell yeah, dude.
I believe I'm saying this, but we need you know who.
Oh my god, they got Jim Carrey back?
When has that ever stopped me?
Doctor.
We have visitors.
This is sad, Robotnik. Even for you.
We need your help.
On one condition.
Wait, hold on. Did they just do a metaphorical line of cocaine?
Can't rule the world. I might as well save it. I need room.
But, sir, I don't have the proper materials.
Found some.
Amazing.
When we're
done, there won't be anything left.
Hey, no cheat code!
I'm gonna be honest. No cheat code. Amazing.
What did you
Are there cheats in Sonic? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know anything about Shadow the Hedgehog or Sonic, really. I'm gonna be honest.
Welcome home, my boy.
It's impossible.
Is it?
It couldn't be.
Couldn't it? Are you? In the saggy flesh.
Wow, look at that. Amazing. So that was fantastic. Looks great. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know much about Sonic and the characters. So I don't know much about this Shadow. Where is he? Where's Shadow the Hedgehog? Where is he? What is he doing, Shadow? I don't know much about this guy at all. But here's the thing. All I know is that in one of the video games, he has guns and he shoots people. So I hope this character has guns and shoots people. But I really love they're like, nah, we'll just take all the anime moves and just launch them back. Oh my god, amazing. Yes, I'm gonna see this movie. Probably not in theaters, but I'm probably gonna watch it. But we'll see. Anyway, there we go. There you go. You watched the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 trailer. I hope you are as excited as I am. That was fucking wild, dude. Okay, other video. And now we go here. What's the contents in this video? Finishing the full quest set and the Explorer Zone. Lots of me going completely insane looking for nonsense. And then this goes into the DDO playlist. Type this, DDO. Here we go. All that's done. Visibility is set to public. Copy link, and we should be able to save it. So that is that. Okay, so that's there. I'm going to post this in the Discord now. So we have the VOD. Okay, so that's that. And then this VOD will go up later. I thought I posted this. I don't know why I didn't. But yeah, anyway, there's that one. We'll get the next one later. Okay, bye.